Welcome to Beyond the Beat Radio. I'm your host, Dave McKenzie, and this first beautiful track is called Falling Down, and it's composed and performed by Aaron Como. Enjoy. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. That's a tune called Ivy. It's on Aaron Como's album that he just released. It's a beautiful album, and I'm happy and proud to be playing it for you. I'm going to just switch over. Hey, everybody. My name is Dave McKenzie. Welcome to Beyond the Beat Radio. It's our first episode of many. I just thought, what a cool opportunity with these Friday streams to shed some light on some music that's happening in the world that's connected to our lovely community. And I just wanted to share it with you and let you bask in it. You know, there's just so much great music. Aaron is a wonderful human being. He's someone that I've known for many years now. And he was a student at Beyond the Beat, and he graduated to becoming a teacher at Beyond the Beat. And he's gone on to play with fantastic artists and create beautiful works of art, and he's just a lovely soul. So I wanted to start this little, debut of the radio show with some of Aaron's music. I don't want to stop there. There's another tune that I'd like to look at, but I've got some other artists that I'd like to play for you as well. One of them is named Erica Weary. Now, Erica is a good friend of mine, and thankfully, she's going to be joining us in a little bit later this evening. She's coming in, and we're going to have a nice heart-to-heart interview, so you can meet Erica in person and listen to her music, and it's absolutely incredible. Erica's an artist that's been playing around Toronto for many years now, and is just an incredible lyricist and vocalist and singer-songwriter. So I can't wait to share her with you. I'm going to play a song called Promises. This is Erica Weary and the Alphabet and their song Promises. Dig it. So that's Erica Weary's song Promises. I hope you guys dug that. So yeah, like I said before, I'm really excited to have Erica coming in. She's a beauty, and hopefully she'll play a couple of live tracks for us. But that's pretty cool. And I wanted to say a little bit more about Aaron's project. We're gonna dive back into some of that music. It's a really beautiful album. He put it out recently, and it was composed, and it was actually recorded. Some of the last song, Ivy, was recorded at the Cameron House, which is kind of a cool tidbit for you. But it's a gorgeous album. Aaron's paying homage to his late and beautiful father, Mike, who we all miss. Mike was a big part of, I guess, just one of the founding helpers and supporters of Beyond the Beat. He was an amazing, gentle and incredible soul. And so it's just a work of art. So I'm really happy to be sharing that music with you. Some of the music that we're going to be looking at, everything's sort of related to us in a way. This next track I'm gonna play for you. It's an instrumental tune that my friend Richard Perry and Arcade Fire put together, and it's a really gorgeous song. So this is some music from The Nest. So it's a movie that Richard was part of. So this is called Bass Motifs, and I hope you guys dig it. Here it is. So that beautiful tune was called Bass Motifs. And so that was recorded in Paris and in Montreal. Richard was working on the album. And it's to go with another tune that was written by Max Roach, Charles Mingus, and Duke Ellington. And So all the music that he composed for this particular recording for the Nest is centered around trying to get along with the song. What's it called? It's called Fleurette Africaine. So that's really cool. I'll tell you more about it later. We're just going to move nicely to a second tune on the album. This is called Dark Tumbling. That was beautiful. That was Dark Tumbling. We're moving into another Aaron Como tune. This is called The Last Day Is Upon Us, and it's a beauty. It's the final track on Como's album, Pre-Construction. So I hope you guys dig it. If there's a couple of little glitches, it's because it's the first time I've done this. But I hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm enjoying spinning these tracks for you. Yeah, that's just a beautiful tune. So just so real, and it just lives so nicely in my speakers. I wish you guys could hear it. I hope you're listening on good speakers at home. And again, I just like to say how happy I am to be doing this and to be sharing some of this music with you. I'm just so privileged to be in touch with all of these musicians, and you know, they're gracious enough to let me play their music. You can buy pre-construction on Bandcamp. All right, the album is $10. In fact, you know, it would be a crime to not buy it. So just go out and buy it. Aaron recorded that album in his beautiful trailer. It's this great recording studio that he had, and I guess a lot of the inspiration, like I said before, is from his dad Mike, but it's also just it was a really sad thing. He was having to let go of the trailer as well while he recorded the album, because there was going to be a development. So I guess the songs and the album and the meaning behind the music center around loss, but also just, I guess, being in touch with your life in the moment and being really grounded in the present moment, and just be able to be aware of the beauty that takes place. So I'm going to play another tune off the album. Here we go. Yeah, that's another beautiful tune by Aaron Como. That one's called Here We Go. I'm going to take you guys on a little journey into the past. So I'm going to play some more Erica Weary music for you right now. Now, this is an album called Time on Our Hands. And it was the first full-length album that I recorded as an engineer. And I'd like to think that I had something to do with how nice this album is. It was just such a treat to record Erica. And we're working on another album right now, and I'm so excited for you guys to hear the tracks. They're really beautiful. She is a gem. She just keeps on putting out great music, and it's just from the heart, and it's so intelligent. This song is called Songwriter's Lament. I hope you guys enjoy it.
I like it out on that wavelength, like the sense, basking in the present tense, floating slow. It's the heat of the city. Things get finished. There is no hurry. But in this contest, are you expected to write the best song that lasts? Get it down, keep in tune, don't turn it around. Even from the stage where you can only hear the drum. Then after that, find the right sound by the band's rounds. At the bar, watch the door, and you can pass the jug once more. So I like it out on this wavelength, like the sound, grass pushing through the ground. Whistling low, it's the beat of the city. Big things get finished, there is no worry. But in this contest, are you expected to write the best song that lasts? And don't forget, book a show, you're not done yet. Pick up the phone and personally call to let everybody know. Then after that, find the right sound by the band's rounds. At the bar, watch the door, get paid and beer, drink till you can't no more. And you can charge $1 or $4.
What I love about that song, it's just, there's just so many things that I love about it, but you know, Erica dives into the, I guess, the economics of being a songwriter, and you know, get paid in beer, drink till you can't no more, and you know, you can charge $1 or $2 at the door and pass the jug once more, and she nails it, and it's beautiful. Right, so it's kind of cool. I'm going to play another one off this album. We really focused on simple things when we were recording the album. I'll play the title track, Time on Our Hands. Here it is.
Can't you see that I don't care no more about your old score? And would you go and write me that poem for? Oh, you're so romantic, you're so damn frantic, and I just can't stand it. Your cereal box saga, you win my thin skin. So why don't you just jump in? Why don't you just jump in? Why don't you just jump in and lay on the sand? Because you can. Because you can. It's not fair to the man who's dry, not to swim, not to try. With you, I refuse to be genuinely entertained in this weak state by someone who might know what's at stake. So where do you take me for? Or where'd you take me for? Oh well, I don't care no more.
Yeah, that's the title track, Time on Our Hands. So Richard has gotten back to me about the nest. Jared, I said, yeah, absolutely. It was probably an orchestra. It was like 4 of them. And Richard said, oh God, no, it was just 4 of us. And then he said, plus Andrew Barr on that one piece with drums. So I don't even know what piece that is, but one violinist with incredible tone is all you need, he says laughingly. And I guess there's a lot of truth to that. So it's pretty cool. Let's play another one off of Erica's album here. Let's do Doody Doo. How about that? It's the opening track.
Shy sometimes at the mic, short of breath in the lights, and with all this talk, will you get what you came for? Ghost at the back of the bar, ghost at the back, close my eyes, will I still see it? Leaves laughing, laughing in the wind, laughing, laughing, laughing. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
play on into, here it is, Broken Down on a Halifax Pier.
Heavy wind all weekend, blew behind the mic hand out of range. That picture, but his skin couldn't be thinner. I liked it better when Vancouver reminded me of him, you of her. And the musicians sing all morning, glancing at each other, thinking they're really clever, bringing back some misty romance. To me, for instance, I liked it better when you would hold my gaze through the murky haze of the Cloak and Dagger, but that was yesterday. Your guess as good as mine, are we as good as out of time? I'm broken down, as far from there on a Halifax pier. The salt stings still so natural here. I'm broken down, as far from there on a Halifax pier. The salt stings still so natural.
Nice. That's the second track on the album, Time on Our Hands, by Erica Weary. That's called Broken Down on a Halifax Pier. And Doody Doo was the first one. And I love that song. It's just so haunting and beautiful. And it's been in my head for a long time now, a couple of weeks. Keeps on coming back to me, and it's just so beautiful. And Tom Howell, a good friend of mine and a former bandmate, did all the violin work on that, which is kind of a neat tidbit. You can hear him on CBC Radio all the time now, and he's sort of an on-air personality and a producer, but he's a deep and profound musician, and you hear it in that tune when he just layered those violin parts so beautifully. And yeah, Richard just got back to me. And he's really happy that we're playing the music, and he was just saying that him and Arcade Fire, they just sent me a little track. They're noodling in a Garcia sort of cool, vibey way, he said, which is suitable. So they're in Texas recording, so I'm really excited about the new Arcade Fire album. It's gonna be cool to hear that bit of music coming out. I'd like to go and I'm gonna play something. This is gonna be fun. I'm going to play something by Sambia. She's I don't know which song I should play here. They're kind of older tunes of hers. I'm going to play Movie Screen. Well, there's just so many good tunes to play. Ticket to New York is sort of haunting and cool. I'm going to play this song. This is an album Sambia Cochran did when she was, I think, 12 or 13 with us here at the studio. I worked with David Mooney. He's a great producer. And I'm going to play this tune. It's called Ticket to New York. And it's just beautiful. It's cool. Dig it.
ticket to New York, and I'm gonna run away. And if you try and hold me back, I'll come and prove you wrong. You know the city don't seem so bad if it's where you've been all along. I wanna go and live my life, but I knew I'd seen no sign. The days lost light, the clocks lost time, and the lonely lost their mind. And you have never lost your mind, a hope, a dream, a friend. But it brings right out these old used thoughts that you don't understand. So I grabbed my troubled heart, took my dreams on a train. I got my ticket to New York, and I'm gonna run away. And if you try and hold me back, I'll come and prove you wrong. You know the city don't seem so bad if it's where you've been all along. I know they say you can't buy love, but what had I to pay? A time, a start, or an end could take me far away. They say that you think differently, you say it like it's bad, but this whole time you wish they'd see exactly what you had. So I grabbed my troubled heart, took my dreams on a train. I've got my ticket to New York, and I'm gonna run away. And if you try and hold me back, I'll come and prove you wrong. You know the city don't seem so bad if it's where you've been all along. So I grabbed my troubled heart, took my dreams on a train. I got my ticket to New York, and now I'm far away. And if you come and join me, I'll let you tag along. Being lonely don't seem so bad if it's loneliness and song.
So that was Sambia Cochran's tune, Ticket to New York. I'm going to play an upbeat one by her. This is called Radio Road. This is the title track of that album. It's a really fun tune. Here it is.
I guess I'll walk a little faster and I'll get ahead. And now you might just after the things you'll never know. It's like some cliche high school movie, and you never know exactly where you lead them. And here you and they are. And we walk and we stroll in our favorite city, feeling low. All we feel is a breeze, there are no mirrors in what you see. And we walk and we stroll in our favorite city, feeling low on Radio Road. Long days and pretty little dresses, late nights, things in your head, and very few confessions. isn't what you see. And we walk and we stroll in our favorite city, feel low on Radio Road. I see what you're gonna do about me. I'm your 1003 with all these stupid lies and all these butterflies. You chose me, 'cause I guess I'll walk a little faster and I'll get ahead. And now you're my disaster, and everybody knows. And we walk and we stroll in our favorite city, feeling low. All we feel is a breeze, no mirrors in what you see. And we walk and we stroll in our favorite city, feeling low on Radio Road, on Radio Road, on Radio Road.
Oh, it's nice to hear those old tunes again. We had so much fun making that album with David Mooney and Zambia, and she's just such an incredible songwriter. And it's it's so nice to still be working with her and be working on some new music here at the studio. She's great. So thanks for listening to that. Here's a little tune that we recorded here at the studio many years ago. My friend Steph was in town, and John played some drums on it, and Marlon Pennant played bass. And Steph sang. This is an old tune by the Flamingos called I Only Have Eyes for You. I played guitar, and I think Sam Cogan laid some piano down after. So here it is.
My love must be a kind of blind love. I can't see anyone but you. All the stars out tonight. I don't know if it's cloudy or bright. I only have eyes for you. The moon may be high, but I can't see a thing in the sky. I only have eyes for you. I don't know it. We're in a garden. Or on a crowded
So that's a tune called I Only Have Eyes for You. And that was originally recorded by the Flamingos. It's like this sort of haunting lounge tune. It's so cool. It was fun to record that with Steph. So I've got another tune up here from the past here, Beyond the Beat past. This is a band called the Maladies of Adam Stokes. And this is their title track off of their album that they recorded with me here at Beyond the Beat called City of Trees. And it's a beautiful song. I hope you guys enjoy it.
I was born the wrong side of the sea. I was made for a life amongst these old-time folks, denizens of a city of trees. Somewhere in here lies my base. And lies my peace. Whoa, holy breed. But you saved my life when I was alone, and you saved my body when I bled from my soul. You're not the one for me to keep, but you kept me going on. Holy Mother, you cut like a blade, and I lost my faith in her ways. But you drowned my doubt in a river of pain, and I learned you meant it that way. And you're not the one for me to keep, but you kept me going on.
So that's the title track, City of Trees, off of the Malady of Adam Stokes album, City of Trees. Yeah. I've got another tune for you. This is cool. So Ben McLean just dropped a tune, and it's amazing. It literally came out yesterday, and it's called I Don't Mind. I'm going to play it for you. I'm really excited. Ben's coming in next week during the chat, during the radio show. I think I'm not sure what time it is, but you can just stay tuned for our little up-to-date schedule, and you'll know when Ben's going to be sitting down with me. But we're going to chat about his new music and his process, and sort of get into the head of Ben McLean. He's an amazing artist. He started off here at the studio in little bands, and he was always a great songwriter and a great musician, and he just continued to develop over the course of the years, and has spent time in so many different great styles of music. He's a fantastic jazz musician, but this is his latest R&B track, and it's called I Don't Mind, and I hope you guys love it.
I should be alone for a little while at least. I just wanna make a home, but each and every time I leave, maybe I should call you back. I don't wanna make you cry. I just wanna hear your voice, tell me everything's alright. But
I don't mind you calling my name, even though I know it only feeds the flame. On wild nights I still want my space. I've always been that type of way.
maybe I should take your words and put them on a pedestal. We both always use our words as purely instrumental. Maybe I should let myself be a little lonely sometimes. I seem to always fill the void with complicated feminine ties. But
I don't mind you calling my name, even though I know it only feeds the flame. On wild nights I still want my space. I've always been that type of way.
I don't mind you, I still love you. I don't mind you, I still care for you. I don't mind you, I still love you. I don't mind you, I still care for you.
I think that was actually an older tune. I'm going to play Elixir. This is the tune that Ben just dropped, all right? Here it is.
All the things I do, will they get to you? Girl, I hope you see how you affect me. All this time I felt your love so patiently. I just wanna know if you believe in me. Love it when you give it up slowly. Tell me that you always wanna hold me. When we making love, I gotta focus. Ooh, girl, you're golden. Got me on a late night. Everything is different, did you hold it? The feeling that you're giving me is potent. With all my love, yeah, I wrote this. Want you to show consumes me. Girl, I love the way you got me feeling. You're reaching and you got me going easy. Don't know what it is, but you release me. Yes. Every time you come around, you're all I see. I just wanna know if you believe in me. Want you to show me your touch be holy. Send for me only. Hold me when I get lonely. Want you to show me your love be holy. Send for me only. Hold me when I get lonely.
Want you to show me your touch be holy. Sent from me lonely, lonely me lonely. Want you to show me your love be holy. Sent from me lonely, lonely me lonely.
What a tune. What a tune. That's called Elixir by Ben McLean. And what a great tune it is. It's just such a deep R&B track. And I have had the pleasure of hearing another tune that he's going to be releasing. So we'll get to hear that one soon enough. I'll play it for you next week, but I don't think it's out just yet. So that's fantastic. I think I'm going to play a tune here. A producer that I've had the pleasure of working with quite a bit in the past, and I haven't been hanging too lately, but I want to play Bad Looks music for you. He's just an amazing producer. It's David Mooney, and he's just put out so much great music. It's a little bit, you know, it's EDM. And it's so imaginative. I want to share this with you. This is his tune, Smile.
I'd rather be broke than dumb. I'd rather be smart than rich all day. I'd rather just chill and save another day for another day. I'd rather just smoke and drink. I'd rather rock a smile on this face all day. I'd rather just chill. Yeah, I'd rather be me. I'd rather be cruising through Saturday, sipping on a Gatorade, waving hi to my friends and family as they float by. Cheers, here's to better days. Like, I'd rather be hometown gunning, I'd rather be hometown running, I'd rather be rolling around town, some dumbass shit with the bitch I started with. And now I'm out throwing down hundreds, and now I'm out throwing down hundreds, and now I'm out throwing down hundreds. I'd rather be broke than dumb. I'd rather be smart than rich all day. I'd rather just chill and save another day for another day. I'd rather just smoke and drink. I'd rather rock a smile on this face all day. I'd rather just chill. Yeah, I'd rather be me.
So that's Bad Look. You can hear his music just by checking it out on Spotify or listening to it on Apple Music or whatever your streaming service is. So I'm just touching base with you guys, saying, hey, what's up? I'm really enjoying playing this music, and actually I sort of have this show planned out, and now I'm just playing tunes that come up to me as they just come to me as I'm playing other tunes, and it's a real treat to sort of sit here and reflect on all the fun music that has come out, and just all the incredible musicians that have grown up here, and some of them are making professional music, some of them are just playing their own thing, but we have a real community, and it's a treat to just dive into the music in that community and share it with you. I think it's really great. So I'm looking forward to letting this show evolve. I know there's going to be little funny parts that happen and things that maybe aren't planned, and technical difficulties, because I'm kind of all thumbs with my sort of streaming knowledge and everything. But one thing's for sure is my heart's in the right place, because I really do love supporting this music. Dave Mooney, that Bad Look is his stage name. He was like, when I did this band camp program when I lived on Courcelette, and it was like the first thing that I did that branched off from teaching at Scarborough Music. And the first band that came in was Dave Mooney and Aaron Marshall and Tyler, and their buddy. I was teaching Tyler bass, and it was just so fun to work with those guys. So Aaron Marshall is in a really successful metal act called Intervals, so you can hear his music, and I should play some for you. I'll play some for you in a little bit. And Dave is a master of the guitar. I mean, they were in a band called Speak of the Devil, and Jack Clow, who's a great drummer, and he also went to be on The Beat. They played together in Speak of the Devil, and it was a great metal band. And Dave was a shredder, but then he transferred his skill set to just working on computer music, and he's just mastered it. So it's nice to hear him evolve as a producer and as an artist, and all of these wonderful musicians play a big role in just the running story of Beyond the Beat. To me, I mean, I know it's like a humble little music school here in the Beaches, and we just we do what we do, but it's meaningful to me. And what's most important to me now is just the community and seeing the music develop. And there was a time when I really felt like, I wanted Beyond the Beat to be this sort of springboard into fame and stardom, and I really, it's, if that's the course that someone's life is going to take now, obviously I'm supportive, but I just love hanging out, teaching people music, and supporting the teachers and seeing the kids develop. So it's a cool thing as a midlife dude who's raising a family, to sort of reflect back on the music that has happened here, and the music that's going to happen, and the music that's happening now. So thanks for just being part of it with me. I'm going to play some more music for you guys now. I'm going to go back to Erica Weary's music, because I'm so excited to have her in tonight. I can't wait. This is a tune called Parts Combine. All right.
You answer all my questions. It might as well be Greek. Doesn't what I say appeal? You have my attention still. Wake me if I'm sleeping. Is it a dream or is it real? Tale on wands, make your story mine. You say you see an angel. Is it light like in a tunnel to save you? Wind in your sails, a great deal. story mine. Hearts combine. Paint a picture of the show, though you're not sure, and it breaks my love. Take it with you when you go. Take it slow. You left me with no cover. You said you'd be here until it was forever. I thought that was kind of cool. Wake me if I'm sleeping. Is it a dream or is it real? Tell lines, make your story mine. Come on, take it with you when you go. Take it slow.
So that's Erica's tune, Parts Combine. So yeah, Finn, welcome to the chat, buddy. Cool to see you there. Right on. Linda Fraser. Hey, so Finn's going to be performing soon here at Beyond the Beat tonight, actually, which is a great thing. He's going to be performing with his teacher, Sean, and I'm really looking forward to sharing that with you guys. So stay tuned for that after the radio show. What should I play here? I'm going to play another Erica Weary tune. I was just listening to this one. It's beautiful. It's called Avowal.
Corners I've cut a few, saving the best part, waiting for you, for something exquisite now, not big and shiny, just small, normal and real. This is my avowal. Promises made to God, in the heat of the moment, then forgot. Count on me, baby. I won't say maybe next time. Corners I've cut a few, saving the best part, waiting for you, love. Count on me, baby. Start a new day with me. Here we go. I won't say maybe next time. Corners I've cut a few, saving the best part, waiting for you.
Just beautiful. Another Erica Wary tune. Yeah, so stay tuned tonight. Erica's going to be coming in. Here's Falling Forward. This is the Brad Cheeseman group. This is some jazz music for you guys. And Sam Cogan, our piano teacher and friend here at Beyond the Beat. And just obviously fantastic musician is cooking on the keys for this recording. So I hope you guys dig it. Brad Cheeseman. All right. beautiful tune that's called Falling Forward by the Brad Cheeseman Group, and our very own Sam Cogan tickling the ivory for you on that little tune. All right. Guys, what's up? How's it going? I hope you're digging this. It's really fun sitting here playing music for you. I'm going to put it on full camera for a bit. And I wanted to just, take this little opportunity to just relate to you what this is all about. My dream for this YouTube channel is to just provide more, just more ways for the students in the school and the teachers in the school to express themselves, and to just basically enhance the experience of coming here to be on the beat and make the community a little bit better, and provide ways of making the instruction that we provide better, and just basically making a better music community. So I really hope that you let your friends know about the channel and tell them to log in and subscribe and dig it, because there's so many cool things coming. One of our new shows that we're going to be providing is a little 1 hour a week crash course on how to work with GarageBand for parents and their little ones. So there's a lot of little ones that are young budding musicians, and they want to program beats and they want to make their own music, and we want to help you guys. And sometimes it's hard, like the technical aspects to plugging in a synthesizer to the computer and sort of making it all work with the software, and understanding how the USB connection sort of triggers software instruments. It's a little overwhelming, and it's part of our world. And the more self-sufficient we are, the more we can express ourselves and sort of function, especially now that we're trapped in our little nests. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So I'm happy to be sharing this stuff with you. I'm going to open up another tune here. I'm going back to The Nest. The Nest is an album that my good friend Richard Perry and Arcade Fire put together, and he's really proud of it, and I want to share it with you because I think it's just so cool. This is called Symphony Brew. Richard's in Texas right now with Arcade Fire, and they're recording, and I'm just so excited to hear it. They keep on reinventing themselves. There's something so genuinely creative about that band, and it's just wicked. They always have been. Before they were famous, and I was visiting Richard in Montreal, he was living in this little apartment, and he had a room dedicated to music, and it was like this little recording room, and it was cool. He had reel-to-reel cassette decks and all sorts of recording devices, and his double bass and all sorts of instruments, and he was just experimenting, and they all were. I think the whole band, there was this sort of culture of invention within the band, and just there was like this, I don't know, this willingness to sort of record tracks and see where it went, and just experiment in the studio. And I think that's a really healthy place to be, and I encourage it. Get down into your little recording dungeon and dig it, make all kinds of music and layer harmonies, and just see where it takes you. You never know, right? Okay, so here's Richard Perry's beautiful composition, Symphony Brew. It's music for a movie called The Nest, and I hope you guys like it.
empty rooms. We'll fill them eventually. We'll fill them with us. You'll love it.
Awesome. Yeah. So that's more music from The Nest. Richard Perry's album is definitely inspired by Bitches Brew, which is a great Miles Davis album from the 70s. So anyone that knows that album will sort of feel those vibes. So yeah, we're getting closer to the Sean Clary's masterclass. I see him just pulling into the studio, and I think Finn Fraser is getting ready to play for you guys. So I'm really excited about that little segment of our evening. And I just want to thank you again for tuning in and being part of this and supporting Beyond the Beat by supporting our live streams on Friday. Every Friday we're going to be here trying to create great content for you. Some of it will be instructional, some of it will just be great music, and some of it will be performances, but we're trying to build something cool for you. So we hope that you like it. I'm going to play a little bit more off of this album. I'm just enjoying it so much. Again, Richard was telling me that this album was recorded in Montreal and it was also recorded in Paris, and it was only 4 of them. It sounds so big, and the production quality is just so good, and they put so much work into it, and he's very proud of it. So here it is. So this is a tune called What We've Always Wanted, all right? And I hope you guys dig it. Actually, this is bass motifs 2. My mistake. Enjoy. Everybody, that was more music from The Nest. Music by Richard Reed Perry from Arcade Fire. And he's really proud of that, and so am I. It's nice to hear that beautiful music. I'd like to play some more music from Aaron Como's release. It's a great album, and I'm just going to drag it up again here. It's on Bandcamp. You can pick it up, $10. And it'll probably be the best $10 you've ever spent. It should be $100, I think, for the album. And my internet's being slow. So coming up, we have Sean Clary's masterclass, and he's going to be performing with a student, Finn Fraser, and I'm really excited about that. It's going to be really cool. And they're going to be digging into some Blackbird, and Sean's going to be teaching a little masterclass on Bach. So, and he'll be playing for you as well. So it's cool. Let's take a look at one of Aaron's songs. I haven't heard any of, I've heard some of the songs, but I haven't heard this one. So let's put on Called It, Locked It. This is the 8th track on the album. It's a short little ditty, and I think it's going to be great. Let's listen. Okay, everybody, that was a great tune here. I'm going to play another one from this album, and it's called Building a House. And here it is. All right. Hope you guys dig it. Uh-oh. It's buffering. So on this house is it features a sort of a famous musician. This is featuring Neil Quinn from the band Zeus. So he's playing with Aaron Como, and this is actually a real work of art. So soak in the gorgeousness of this recording. So everybody, thank you so much for tuning in to this radio show. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's something that I'm just trying out, and I think it's kind of a cool thing to be able to do. And I appreciate all of you for tuning in and listening. And I hope that you're all going to stick around for the next segment of the show. It's going to be great. We have Finn Fraser and Sean. They're going to be playing for you, so it's really cool. Thanks to all the musicians that shared their music and let us play it on the stream. It's close to my heart, so it's cool. Okay, keep tuning in on Fridays, all right? See you soon.
Hey everybody, how we doing? I'm here with the illustrious Finn Fraser. Tim's got some fans in the chat right now. If you know Finn and you're in the chat, say what's up. Finn, play some guitar for them. Can they hear you? So we're just getting warm, we're just getting tuned. I'm gonna open up the chat over here on my petite laptop.
I'm gonna get his guitar line in here.
And then, me and Finn are gonna, what are we gonna do, Finn? What are we gonna play?
Blackbird by the Beatles.
Blackbird by the Beatles. And Finn, do you know which Beatle wrote Blackbird? It's not a trick question. I can tell you. It's Paul McCartney. That's okay. I think it is out under the Beatles. But I'm pretty sure it's Paul McCartney. He plays it live. All right. And,
We do a little test on your guitar, Finn.
yeah.
There we go.
Love from Uncle Dave, Tita, Rachel, Sarah, and Jack. Hey guys. Thanks for coming out and supporting young Finn. Hey Finn, let's play an open G. Let's see if we're in tune. Just like that first chord there of Blackbird. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna hold my breath while I switch. Oh, it's better. That last mask was chafing my nose a little bit. All right, so, why don't we just... Do you want to play?
Sure.
All right. Let's see if I'm warmed up. Woo! That's my vocal warm-up, everyone. You gotta get loose. Gotta get your vocal cords loose. How's the feed? How's the feed looking? Are we smooth or are we choppy? We are on the vocals. Marshalls, I can't hear you. You say you're on the vocals, but I can't hear anything. I don't trust my tuning yet. The guitar is still warming up. Okay, I think we're good. Ready, Finn? We're gonna play for you. Here we go. Uh-oh, it's choppy. So hopefully you can hear the Blackbird through the chop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arise. Blackbirds singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly. Blackbird fly into blackbirds singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. Finn Fraser, everybody. Beautiful, thank you. Thank you, Dave. So Finn, wow, that was fun. I'm still cold, I'm still warming up, but this is good. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, Finn, wow, that was incredible. So Finn, how long have you been playing that tune for?
3 months?
3 months, yeah. And see, a lot of students, I hear this a lot. They're like, okay, clap, 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 clap. Finn, you're getting typed claps, which actually take a lot longer than real claps. You get just normal clapping. It's easy. But actually typing the word clap, that means something. They must really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Finn's done a great job. Finn, I love hanging out with Finn because he's got now we have clap emojis. That's interesting. I've got to stop reacting immediately to the chat and just stay on my train of thought. So Finn is one of my fave students because we just hang and we play. We just like to play. There's not a whole lot of talking that goes on because the best way to learn, I believe the Greeks called it praxis. Praxis. And this means learning through practice. Right?
Right.
So just finding a tune you really dig and just playing it, And we've been playing this so much, we could just play it and talk, Just play it and talk because we know it on a subconscious level. So that's a really important part of learning an instrument, is realizing that you kind of need to trust your subconscious. Your subconscious is responsible for a lot of these motor skills. Yes, well done, Finn. We did so well, but really you did so well. Yeah, I'm just here. I just send you PDFs. That's all.
You're a great teacher.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Yeah, so we're talking, we're not thinking. But this is it. We've been playing this tune for so long, and what do you like most about this tune, Finn?
It's really chill, like for me, and it's pretty around a campfire. It's a pretty chill song. It's nothing like too poppy, but it gives like a good vibe off.
Yeah, it gives a good vibe. It's good around a campfire. It's not too poppy. It's funny you said it's not too poppy, because it's true. Like even just the first three beats, or the first 6/8 notes, or whatever you want to call it. 1 and 2 and 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and. You're getting all these weird lengths, right? All these weird phrase lengths. So, why don't you? How do you remember that? How do you memorize that intro?
The intro?
Yeah.
Kind of just practicing a lot, but also I can't really I think it's a lot of practice and.
So how do you practice this? Like, what would you do when you were learning this?
So you tell me what to practice, and then I'd sit in my room. 30 minutes a day.
30 minutes a day.
Hour, and I just because you told me to practice slow because that's the best way to practice.
Thanks. Yeah, I did.
And then I just.
All you students out there who are watching, all my students in the room, Hamiltons, if you're still there, look at what 30 minutes a day can get you.
Yep.
Just look at what 30 minutes a day can do. Look at what 30 minutes can do. Anyway. They all practice a lot too. So this is our current project. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. E7, yeah. And now say, we're working this one out. It's alright. Little darling. Na, 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 na. Yeah, we're working on this little arrangement of Here Comes the Sun. We're not finished yet. In fact, I kind of like working with Finn on this because I'm kind of writing this little solo guitar arrangement. Usually it's something up there, right? No capo. So forgive me. Something like that. That's the original key, but we're doing it down here. We're starting with a D major. Yeah, why don't you show them that finger picking thing off the intro on the D major chord?
Like how to do it?
Yeah, or just like, let's just play it. Let's see what happens. Yeah, just try playing it. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, you can sing while you play the guitar and just strum like, or here comes the sun. Or you can try playing those melodies on the guitar. So this is like how you arrange for solo guitar. You try to put the melody and the harmony on the instrument. And in terms of the intro of this song, I think that's what they do on the album. And so you can hear how we're kind of... I knew it. You can hear how we're kind of going between the accompaniment and the melody. So the melody, in this case, would be... yeah, da do da di da 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 di da do da di da di do di do da. And then the accompaniment would be... So we're just adding little things in where we can, right? Because we're limited. We only have 5 fingers. Well, we don't even use our pinky. We really only have 4 fingers that we can use to produce sound. So we're limited. We have to figure out where we can stick the bass in, right? Yeah. But let's let me check my tuning for a sec. And then we'll bring it back to Blackbird. For those of you who are learning Blackbird, I know some of my students are currently learning this piece, and it's a good one because you've got a bunch of repeating shapes, right? You have this shape, right? This kind of like major 10th, right? A major 10th is a major 3rd. Put up the octave, so you play it with your first and your pinky. First on 5, pinky on 2. 2 frets apart. Comme ça. Take a look. See the shape? That's the shape. So this shape gets moved around. We'll play it here, and then we bring it right down to C. That's using just that major 10th with open G. We're writing a song with a major 10th and open G. This is a good shape to know, 'cause you can write a song like this. There you go. We just wrote a song using stuff from Blackbird, right? So Finn, you could try doing that. I'm just going like G down to C.
And do that like finger.
Oh yeah, I'm just going down to gut, down to gut, down to gut. It's like thumb. Yeah, that's it. So I'm playing them both, like all three fingers, like first, that was it, yeah. So like, yeah, like together and then thumb, fingers slap. Yeah. Yeah, and our tuning's gonna be weird because it's winter and guitar. Cold guitar plus warm air equals bad tuning.
Yep.
That's the only math I know. Anyway, so let's talk a little bit more about Blackbird, and then that'll bring me into the other portion of this lesson / this hang, which is what this was actually based on, which is a piece by Johann Sebastian Bach. So we're going Bach. See how you got to roll it.
Bach.
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 Bach. We sound kind of like a cross between like a goat and a French person.
We're gagging.
So this is the Bach piece that Blackbird is based on. A little loose there. But we're going to go through this slowly and talk about the similarities and the differences. So listening closely to the two voices. So that was Bourrée in E minor by Johann Sebastian Bach. I played it pretty briskly, and then I played it at a little bit of a slower tempo, just so we could hear what was going on. And you're gonna see right away, oops, no G there, the same shape, the same major 10th as we had in Blackbird. All right, so there's one thing right away. This is the ending. I'll show you a little bit of this. And it's one of those pieces that's, you know, like, they say it's like a lower level piece, but I think it's actually got a lot of tricky fingerings in it. Like this, just the first thing, you've got a bar. Like even that turnaround is really tricky. Anyway, so let's talk about how this and Blackbird are linked. Thank you, Dave. So we're going to talk about how this is linked to Blackbird. So Blackbird begins on an open G, right? So this open G is the same first note, or the same first hand position at least, as the Bourrée. So it's starting on the same note. Yeah, only the Bourrée is going G and E here, right? So that's a different interval than the beginning of Blackbird, Right? The beginning of Blackbird is just like a vanilla G major. It's just like G and B, right? Yeah. But another huge similarity between these two pieces is that Blackbird and Beret, they're both two voices for the most part. Blackbird, we have a little bit more of the three voice thing. Beret, it's pretty much strictly two voices. So what do I mean when I say voices? What do you think I mean by that, Finn?
Notes.
Notes, exactly. Voices or notes. Now, the term voices refers to like the human voice, right? But if you're playing a chord and someone says, hey, how many voices are in that chord? Finn, what do you think that means?
How many voices are in that chord?
It's a tough one. It means basically how many notes are in that chord, right? How many voices? Oh, it's got 4 voices, right? So when people used to write chords or really complex stuff like that, it would be for choral music. Now, these days you're going to hear people referring to voices as notes in a chord and in terms of vocal music, right? So it's got kind of a broader definition now. So I say, oh, that's a nice voicing if someone plays this. I'd say that's a nice voicing. There are no human voices involved. It's just, that just means like a cool arrangement of notes, right? So when we're talking about the Beret, oh, thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate that. Now, classical is not my main bag, but it is super cool, super buttery, and all guitarists should definitely check out classical guitar because it's real hard and it'll make you a better player. Now, let's talk about Beret. Let's talk about Blackbird and Beret. Blackbird. We have 3 voices, but one of them is a unison voice. We have G and G, right? So you can just think of it as G and B. And then what's this next chord? Well, it's not B minor 7 like I'm playing. It's actually G over B. So we're going G, A minor 7, right? So this ends up being something called a shell voicing. So it's 3 voices. And then here we are, 3 voices again. Then back to 2 voices, right? So this is kind of like doing that. You could play it like that as well. We're kind of going up through a G scale. Only they're keeping the G constant. So it's not like we're moving the whole chord up through the scale, but we are going da, da, da. Right, the bass note's going do, da, da. Now, I want you to try playing the intro to Blackbird, but only playing the bass note. Butter.
So like.
And then, no, just the bottom strings, just the low strings. Yeah, and then open A. And then B. Hey, there it is, yeah. Yeah, and then here are just the bass notes. Right? And then B with your middle finger like there. On the 5th string. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so try those 3 bass notes again. That's it. So those are the 3 bass notes. That's one voice. We would call that one voice. And then here's our other voice. So they're both going
Higher?
They're both going up. Yeah, they're both going higher. So you can even look at it like this. You can play it like that. Look. Major 10th, minor 10th, minor 10th.
I'm not good at barring my finger.
And this is what you're gonna hear a lot in pop music, right? Right, there we go. We just played a pop song.
I've heard
Tonight we're gonna something, something, something. Going da 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 da. Gonna da da oops, da 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 da. I don't think that's making it. Da 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 doom doom. So that's not a song. I'm just making that up. But this is what you're gonna hear using those songs. Very simple harmonies, right? Just a bass note, just the third. So you're giving only the information of what the chord is and is it major or minor, right? The ultimate simplification of life. Kind of like pop music, right?
Right.
Oh, now we're getting a little bit cagey. Okay, no, I'm not gonna go down that road. So let's just talk about what that means. These are two voices, right? They're moving together. They're moving in parallel, right? Kind of like in Blackbird. So you can imagine if you're doing a drawing with two lines only, and they're flowing together, right? They're moving in parallel. And that's how we can talk about melodies too. Are they moving in parallel or are they moving contrary to one another? Right? And this is kind of where we're getting into counterpoint. What is counterpoint? Well, it's the use of two voices usually that follow the same harmony but are interdependent and sometimes completely independent. Right? That's the official Wikipedia definition. No, I'm just kidding. That's the official def. That's the definition. And what it means is you have two melodies, two characters in your story that are following. Yeah, you can grab that. I don't know. They're following the same chord, but they're telling a different story. So it's rather poetic, right? It's like how me and Finn both play Blackbird, but we come at it from different backgrounds. We've learned it at different times, but we do share one thing, and that's that we both know how to play Blackbird. Finn knows how to play it better than me, but there we go. Yeah, I'm like, so just like the two voices in our chord, well, three in this case, three here again. The Beatles had to add a third voice for commercial viability. Learn to see all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Let's go. Blackbird fly. Same. Blackbird fly into the light of the dark black night. There you go. All right, so we just did it again. If you missed the initial performance, here we are playing a little bit more. It's a nice blend, eh? The steel and the nylon. Yin and yang. Fire and ice. I don't know. Okay, so basically, we're talking about voices. Now, here's what the beret... The beret, that's Bach. And Blackbird have in common. They're both starting on G. But here we're moving in parallel. And at the beginning of the Bach piece, one is moving down and one is moving up. Talking about voices here. So this is more classical counterpoint, right? This is what people mean when they say counterpoint. So we're da bo dee da bo da, and the bass is going. Right, the bass is da 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 da. So I'm singing the top voice, and I'll play the bottom one. Da da dee da bo dee da be da da be da. Da ba da da ba da da ba da ba da ba 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 ba. Mess that up. Da dee do da do da da do da 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 yo da da. That little trill. This is the theme song to me and Finn marching on Capitol Hill. We're here. One of my favorite registers of the guitar is this brassy section right back here. Right? You kind of get a brass section back here. Anyway, I'm geeking out. I'm getting off track. We're talking about how these two voices are moving independently. So it's Toro, Toro. It's almost like two musicians playing, right? And I'm subconsciously playing brass here. I'm trying to be cool. Anyway, so yes. You're hearing the two voices. It's almost like Bach was writing for two musicians, but and then he decided to make every lute player try to make their hand into two different hands. Try to make their fingers do what two hands should really be doing. And this is the eternal struggle of the guitar player, right? How to make an instrument so seemingly simple, ostensibly straightforward, into something layered, complex, nuanced. How do we do that? Well, you just have to kind of learn how to contort your hand in a very spidery way. And a lot of classical pieces try to do this. A lot of solo guitar. If you look up solo guitar arrangement, there are a lot of acoustic players that are treating the guitar not only like two hands on a piano, but like a full band, right? They're dudes that like now this isn't my bag, but like they slap the guitar, you know? It's like right, so you can work on that. There's a dude named Marcin Music, and there's a label called Candy Rat Records, and they have a bunch of players that do guitar like that. They play the guitar in that way. They slap it, they tap, they do all sorts of extended technique. But yeah, what we're doing in the beret is accommodating two voices that move, for the most part, independently from one another. But what they're doing is they're following the same chords, right? So how can we have two melodies that are different but follow the same chord? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. Yeah, it's kind of a weird question. Well, we're doing it in Blackbird, kind of. Right? We have the da, da, da. Here's my favorite part of Blackbird. For those of you out there who are digging into this tune, the Hamiltons, the Marshalls. I keep saying the Hamiltons, but I meant the Marshalls the whole time. I'm sorry. Shout out to the Marshalls if you're still there. So this is a good part of Blackbird, right? When we're starting here. Yeah, so well, let's rewind. We'll go to this again. Finn, what do you think of that part? What is that to you?
This.
Yeah. How do you conceptualize?
Like, what do you mean? How do I, like, understand it?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
How do you wrap your head around that weird spidery section? Is it the physicality? Like, do you remember the shape your fingers make?
yeah, it kind of makes like a triangle.
Kind of makes a triangle. That's
Kinda-
exactly, yeah.
Leads me to the Illuminati and then conspiracy theories and then the American dollar bill.
This chord is a triangle. Oh my goodness. What does it mean? It's best to just play guitar and don't think about the Illuminati. In my experience, at least. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. So yeah, think about shapes. Shapes are good, right? Some people think that's a little bit anti-intellectual, but you know, your relationship to the guitar occurs on 3 levels. What you're hearing, you know how it feels in your ear. Like, is a chord rough feeling in your ear? Is a chord smooth feeling in your ear? How does it make you feel? Or how does it feel under your hand? Like, what does it feel like on the guitar? That's one part of your knowledge. And then what's it called, right? So how does it sound? How does it feel? What is it called? And if you can memorize those 3 things, you're off to the races. You have pretty much everything you need to exist as a functioning musician. You say, it's a C. You play a C, and you know how a C sounds like. All 3 bases are covered. How a C sounds. I'm not speaking proper English tonight. But if you can cover all those bases, then you exist as a musician. That's it. And some people only need 2, right? They know how to play it and they know how it sounds, but they don't know what it's called. Sometimes you just start from one of the places. You just know how to play it. And every time you play it, you're kind of like, oh, that's how that sounds. What's that called? So you have to start from one of those corners, right? And some people are more conceptual. They like knowing this is C. This is A7 over C sharp. This is D. This is B7 over D sharp. Some people think that's just confusing and they'd rather just learn how to move their hand and how to play the thing. Now here's where this part really intrigues me as a piece of writing, because the Beatles were actually drawing on the beret here pretty heavily. You have chromatic motion in the bass. This is just that section of Blackbird. That was Blackbird. Did you recognize it? So that's just the bass motion that I'm playing, right? So I'm singing the top voice. So that's a really good exercise if you want to really strengthen your ear and your perception of music. If you want to sharpen the knife, so to speak, why don't you go I'm a big Finn, do you want to try this live in front of all your friends and family?
Sure.
So there's one thing that'll really help you as a musician is being okay with embarrassing yourself. So let's try it. So we're gonna sing the top note. So let's start by playing this chord, just that chord from Blackbird where we do the rise. So we're just gonna sing the top note. So it's going like da 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 da. So see if you can sing that in your best falsetto. Da 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 da.
Me?
Yeah. Da 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 da. Now I'll play the bass note while you sing it. Da 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 Let's do it again. How crazy is that? I didn't even have to teach Finn. He knows the song. He's heard it many times, so he was able to find the contour of that top line himself. He was able to find it without me telling him what note to sing. So very, very good. Emoji claps all around. And basically that just kind of uncovers something, right? It uncovers the fact that we're singing in our heads when we play. We should be, at least.
Yeah.
And you can let it out, right? Like sometimes I try to play, like say I'm trying to improvise. What key should I improvise in? G, since we're in G. So I'm trying to sing what I'm hearing, and I'm trying to play what I'm singing and what I'm hearing, and connect all those dots. So it probably sounds really weird, but this is a really important part of your understanding of an instrument, is connecting. So I'm understanding where my line is going. I'm singing the line, and my fingers are automatically producing the sound that I'm hearing in my head, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not letting the guitar dictate what I'm playing. I'm dictating what the guitar is helping. Like I'm conceptualizing and I'm hearing it in my head, and then the guitar is just, it's an automatic process. It's subconscious, right? So when I play the Bourrée, like it's a pretty complex piece. At least I find it a little bit tricky. So sometimes I like overthink it, but when I'm playing it best is when I'm not thinking. It's when I'm hearing it in my head, right? And my motor skills are linked to that. Right, so I was trying there to just not think about what my hands were doing at all, and it came out a lot smoother than it did earlier. Why is that? I'm just relaxing. I'm just trying to like sing it, right, in my head. And this is like a really important thing for performers. Now, keep in mind, you're not always going to have the privilege or the virtue or whatever you want to call it of being completely relaxed, right, Finn?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to perform under pressure. So it's important to practice. And now I got this idea from a famous concert pianist. I saw him do a little video lesson on YouTube, and he was just like, it's called fear training. There's ear training and then there's fear training.
Like,
it's like, well, yeah, he would imagine he's playing his piece in front of glaringly bright lights and, you know, a packed theater or a packed auditorium. And then that thing strikes you, right? That feeling, your gut tightens up, right? Yeah. And you're like, oh my goodness, what if I play a wrong note? Right? The world will end. Well, it's getting ready for that sensation, right? Because if you're familiar with it and you know it might happen, there's nothing to be afraid, right? Like there's nothing to be afraid of. And here's a great quote from Andre Segovia, who was one of the people responsible for making this type of guitar, nylon string, classical guitar. He brought it into popularity. He toured around back around the turn of the century. He toured around Europe, around North America, giving concerts of popular transcriptions, like transcriptions of Bach that were originally written for the lute. Right, so the song I just played, or the piece rather, that's a piece for lute, and you can tell. And it sounds good on this guitar because it's spruce, and it's a little brighter, but sometimes on a darker instrument, you won't be able to hear the separate voices as well. So remember, it's a lot of transcriptions, and the guitar is a fairly young instrument. It's only about 200 years old, the modern guitar, invented by Antonio Torres. I can't say his name properly. He was a Spanish lad, Spanish luthier. I don't know what I'm doing. But he basically invented the guitar. Like, imagine, one day you're just like, I just invented the best instrument. How would you feel if you invented the guitar?
I don't know. This feels good, but like, is anyone gonna even buy this?
Is anyone gonna even buy it? It turns out a lot of people did, but a lot of that was thanks to Segovia and his touring and playing concerts all around the world before YouTube, before we could just stream and play guitar for you. Segovia was giving concerts, and he said, this is coming back to the fear thing, he was giving a masterclass once, and he said, who here gets nerves while they're performing? Yeah, we all do. And then someone put up, and then one kid didn't put up his hand. This must have been at a university. And Segovia said, "How about you? You don't get nerves before performing?" And the kid said, "No, never." He's like, "Well," and this was a little bit mean, mind you. He said, "Well, wait till you have some talent, then you'll have the nerves." But instead of nerves, they were using a German word. It meant roughly the same thing. Yeah, so it's something that as you progress, you have to find different ways of dealing with it. Because as a student, when you have a song under your belt, sometimes it just flows like water, right? It's really easy. And then you should try not to complicate it too much. But it's something everyone deals with. Even the great Andres Segovia, who played hundreds of concerts a year in his prime, even he had nerves, right? And you can hear it. Sometimes they're live tapings of his concerts where he'll muff a note or something. And the beauty is in his performance, his musicality, right? It's not in the perfection of the piece. Mind you, it was often perfect in many ways. Yeah. But the reason people loved him and loved hearing him play the guitar was the way his spirit, right? He let his spirit flow through the guitar. It wasn't about him playing the guitar. It was about his voice and how he interpreted the music, right? So that's it. So we're talking about counterpoint. I don't know. What do you remember from earlier about counterpoint? What does it mean? We're talking about voices, right, Finn?
Yeah. So like a note. So a certain note is a certain voice.
So one note is one voice. The other note would be your second voice, and they move not in parallel. Well, sometimes in parallel, but sometimes crissy-crossy, independent of one another. And this is the nature of counterpoint.
Yeah.
It's two lines telling a story, right? Mm-hmm. And there are textbooks written on it, and there are rules, and it gets pretty deep. But the essence of it, what you can take home and kind of think about, is just two melodies kind of playing around one another. And you hear this crossing over into jazz and all sorts of other musics. So how would we write a little counterpoint line right now? Well, we'd have to pick a chord. So we would say, let's play C major, yeah. And so our melodies would have to exist in the key of C major. To this is a song by the Lumineers, I think. I wish I could remember every song. Whoa. I don't think it's right for you. belong with you. Sing it, sing it. I can't sing it. You're my sweet. Yeah, man. I went for a mystery chord at the end. Yeah, man, I'm glad you remember that. I can't even remember. How long ago did we do that one?
That was the first song I ever learned with you.
Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, I totally forgot the form, but that was sick. I'm glad we remembered to play that.
Yeah.
What else do we know? Do we know any more songs?
Um,
I'm sure we do. I just on the spot here.
so we learned Shallow, but
Oh
I went
yeah,
on
that's
the
a
trip
that's a
and
tricky one.
forgot
Yeah.
it.
What's that?
I was so annoyed. I went on that trip.
And then
Like-
yeah.
I forgot it. I was so mad. As soon as I got back, I whipped out the guitar, tried to do it, couldn't do it. I was so mad at myself.
Trisha Shaw says, Finn, you're killing it. Finn.
Thank you.
Thank you for the compliment. Finn is killing it. He's gonna stay killing it. So, what were we gonna talk about? Yeah, but
What's it
something else.
called?
Oh yeah, no, like you said, you went on a trip, right?
Yeah, I did.
And you forgot it over the trip.
Yeah, I was so annoyed. And then after that, I think that was the. No, we learned can't remember that one either.
So like a little blues thing.
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
Beatles' Revolution.
Oh, you say you want a revolution. Well, you know, we all want to change the world. You know. Yeah, that's a tricky one too to remember. I want to change the world. That's E major, right? I think. Anyway, we're just thinking about all the things we've done in the past that we don't really remember. And we're talking about memory. And memory is a very important part of music because when you're playing, not only are you remembering what's happened, you're engaged in present motor skill function and listening, and you're using predictive memory or predictive functions, cognitive functions, right? So if you think about it, you're looking back, you're looking forward, and you're thinking in the present, all at the same time. Now, can you think of something else that requires this kind of way of thinking? Maybe drama, right? Maybe like a play.
Oh yeah.
What else?
Like choir.
Yeah, like singing in a choir. So, I don't know. Are there other things where you have to be remembering what has happened, thinking about something in the present, and looking forward all at once, like keeping track?
Maybe like a sport.
Yeah, maybe sports. But music is, and I think cognitive researchers, like people who are doing neurological research in the field of neuroscience and things like this, I kind of read out an overview, like one of those kind of like popular books on the subject, where they're saying, I think it was called The Power of Music by Elena Mann. Power of Music by Elena Mann. And this is a good stocking stuffer for any young musician. And what they talk about in the book, The Power of Music, is essentially that when two people are playing music together, like Finn and I just did, our brainwaves are shockingly close. Like they're closer than two people's brainwaves are than in any other situation. Like it's pretty much the closest two people's thought patterns can be. And now, don't ask me to explain the science behind this, but I think it's pretty interesting, right? And even cooler anecdote on the topic would be, great job, Finn. Seriously,
Thank you.
Yeah, you're bringing the folks out. We got to get Finn on every week because he's bringing folks out. He's bringing folks into the chat. A cool anecdote is they were doing brain surgery on a violinist, right? So we had this violinist, concert violinist, and she required brain surgery for one reason or another. Maybe, like a tumor or something.
Yeah.
Which was unfortunate, but what the doctor said is, okay, we want you to be able to play the violin after your surgery. Now there's a risk that, we don't want to damage the part of your brain that's responsible for your musical ability. So we need you to play violin while we do the surgery.
Exactly.
And this is what she did. She was obviously properly sedated in all the right places, but was also, playing away while the doctors are
Up her head. Oh
all
my
up in her scrambled eggs with the scalpel, trying to figure out how to fix her. But she's just playing, gently. She doesn't want to disturb the nice doctors at work. But they're doing brain surgery and she's playing the violin. How weird is that? That's almost like David Lynch. You know David Lynch, Finn? No. Oh, maybe one day you'll see his movies. But he's a weird director, creates weird. I just imagine that being like a scene in like a twisted movie, right? Like, why is she playing violin and having surgery at the same time? Well, it turns out truth is stranger than fiction, and they're protecting her vital musical zones in the brain, which turn out to be most of the brain. Like, you're using all sorts of parts of the brain we didn't think were responsible for music making. And this is all pulled straight from the book, The Power of Music by Elena Mann. Highly, highly recommend it. He's hired. He's hired. Finn, you're hired.
I heard.
By the school. I highly recommend that book as a stocking stuffer. That's The Power of Music by Elena Mann. It'll improve your life. It improved my life. So, okay, now let's talk more about the chords here. We'll go back. Let's just play through this section once more. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so this section is really cool. So I'll just review some of the cool things I like. This is a C major, only we're playing it open. You can play it like that as well. So open means we're not going C, E, G like on a piano. We're playing C, G, E on top. So open triads have kind of an easier, smoother sound to them, because we're putting the defining note on the top. And by defining note, I mean the third, for those of you who are music dorks, the third is the note that determines whether or not a chord is major or minor. Here, I'll demonstrate. Here's C major. Here's C minor. All I changed was the E. E becomes E flat. Or D sharp. Depending on your persuasion. So then, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, this is an open triad, C major. Then it goes to this chord, which to a lot of students, they ask me, is that right? Like, what is this? On its own, does this sound good? No, it doesn't sound good, does it?
Sounds like it's from like a horror film.
Yeah. Now let's talk about it. So what we have here is a C sharp, a G, and a G natural. But what we're doing here, well, a C sharp and a G, and then the G is doubled. I said G natural, but they're both G natural, right? So that's the same note on the top and the bottom. So really you're just playing this interval, these two notes together. This is something called a tritone, and it's the furthest you can be from the root before getting closer to it again. So if you think of an octave like a vertical two spheres floating in space, or you can think of an octave however you like, the tritone is right in the middle. So it's the furthest you can be from both notes. So if you're in the key of C, and you keep going up the scale, you're eventually coming back to C again, right? That's the way music works. It's the way we process sound, I guess, which is an interesting topic in itself. But cutting the octave in half, that's the tritone. So this interval is called the tritone. Again, triangle talk. And it's interesting you said this is a triangle, because that's exactly what's happening here. We're cutting the octave in half. We have a tritone, and it's a very tense interval going to, what's this? This chord is D. It's a D major with a G, which means it's a D sus4. Sorry. You can play it here. Some of the beginner and intermediate guitarists in the room might know D sus4. So this is another way of playing it. But here we also have the third. So you can play it like this. That would be the same chord enclosed. So here you can, it's kind of a nice sound. It's like, am I home? No, yes. Am I home? Right? It's kind of uncertain. That's how I think of this as a composer. It's a chord that's simultaneously suspended and grounded. So use it accordingly. If you're feeling simultaneously suspended and grounded, you should probably use this chord to tell people how you feel. So this is what's going on here. Let's talk about it. So we actually have three distinct voices here. We have a D sharp, an A, and a G. D sharp, A, and a G. So we don't have the tritone here, but what this is the 7, the sharp 5, and the 3. So this is an altered dominant chord. It's a 7 sharp 5 from B, a B7 sharp 5, going to an E minor. So this is what the vanilla version of that would sound like. Right, this is a sound. B7 sharp 5 going to E minor 7. Now here's how the Beatles decided to do this thing. So it's C sharp to A7. This chord's actually A7 over C sharp. We're putting C sharp in the bass. Then it's D sus4 add 3, or D add 4. I don't know what you can call it whatever you like. D sus4 add 3, I would say. And then we have this really cool chord. Hey, what's up? Oh, he's free to go. Yeah, Finn, do you have to take off? We've just been hanging out.
Does Mom want me?
Yeah, we're gonna say goodbye to Finn because he's been working hard, and we're not paying him anything. So.
It was fun. Thank you, Sean.
Finn, thank you for coming and playing for us. Thank you for being such a good student. It's been a complete pleasure. And Eamon, it was fun too. We used to hang out and play ukulele. So it's good to see you, buddy. All right, guys.
Bye, Sean. Thank you.
This will conclude the Finn portion of the evening. Thanks to all Finn's family for tuning in.
It was super cool. I was going to say a few things. Hey everybody, how's it going? It's Dave. That was awesome, Finn. Very, very informative stuff too, guys. I really like how it sort of just meandered into a wonderful lesson and just sort of did its thing. There's so many good moments. Did you guys have all that planned out, or like?
It was all dormant.
It was just there
to be awakened.
Yeah.
But I didn't. No, I kind of planned out the counterpoint thing, and I've been thinking about the Blackbird.
Yeah.
That, like the minor to the major.
Yeah.
It's so deep, like. See you, Finn.
Thanks, man. Bye, guys. Bye. Yeah, and Lagrima too. That's another classical tune that I sort of connected to Blackbird.
What's
Yeah.
how's Lagrima go? We gotta find it.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah. It was one of my classical tunes in my illustrious career.
I don't know that one, but that's a
Dabbling-
great one.
Dabbling as I do in things.
The problem with Lagrima is like you find it's the most played.
teardrops.
It's the most played piece. So like so many people play it on YouTube, and for some reason, maybe it's just me, their guitars are always out of tune.
And because that's what the teardrops are for. It's shed a tear for an out-of-tune guitar. That's what Lagrima means. is
Cold
teardrops.
guitar, hot room.
Yeah.
It's trouble.
Yeah, I never played it out of tune though. I'd always make sure to tune
Of course.
first.
Of course.
So that's why I started a music school. Because I thought that was a good idea.
Tune. It's the easiest thing you can do to make yourself sound better.
Ah,
Thanks, Marshalls. And Marshalls, anyone who's leaving a message in the chat is automatically entered to win this national airline. No, it's not there.
it's on the front. It's standing up on the front desk.
The creamsicle guitar. It looks like a creamsicle, and it sounds just as sweet.
Creamy.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? I felt like I had something funny to say, but I didn't. No, actually, I did want to say this. We just hit 500 subscribers, which is cool. It's not like I don't know. It's not like I try not to pay attention to that, right? But it's sort of a milestone because we put a lot of work into the channel and we want to grow it and keep on providing cool master classes and just content for you guys. So, any feedback that you have would be great. I know it's like a little. It's a little scruffy, I'll say, some of the videos, but there's some good stuff that's coming out, and I love the stuff that you're doing, Sean, in particular. I think it's just cool as the community grows and just having you.
Thank you for having me.
With me. It's so good.
Thank you.
And thanks for playing with Finn. I want to turn this over to you and let you sort of do the last segment of your masterclass. In a little bit, and just shy of an hour, maybe about 45 minutes, Erica Weary will be here to just hang out and chat. She's a songwriter, and I can't wait to share that with you because it's a real treat. So tune in for Erica and stay with Sean, and I'll be in the front room making comments and laughing and loving this. All right, talk to you guys soon, and good luck winning the guitar. Tune in every week for another chance to win. All right, that's how they get you.
That's how we're gonna get them. Hey guys, so now you can see my full face. That's kind of chill. Basically, I didn't have anything planned, so I'm gonna play something I'm working on, something new. And I'm just gonna get comfy here. So when I write, it usually comes out of something that I'm experimenting with musically, like maybe a chord I really like or a movement I really like. So for me, are we?
Oh yeah, you're good.
Nice. So for me, in this particular situation, it was these two chords. So this chord is a B minor. Sorry, B flat minor, B flat, D flat, F. And I'm putting the F underneath as well. So it's this really kind of sturdy sounding minor chord. Now why do I call it sturdy? Because like on the guitar, when you reinforce a chord with the fifth underneath the root, so we're playing B flat, playing an F underneath, you get this really kind of like satisfying grindy sound, right? You can do it on a C major. So I'm doing it on my F minor, and this is what the tune sounds like. and it's in development, right? So this is. I wanted to have this kind of like ban dun dun ba dun 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 ban dun dun. So I'm playing F on top and bottom, and then I'm getting those two middle notes. So the mic is blocking my hand. So let's see if I can find a better position. There we go. So see my hand. So what am I thinking? I'm thinking ba da da ba da 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 do da ba ba da do do da da do do. So that's the writing process for me. I'm thinking the melody and then da da da. The accompaniment is this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now odd meters like 7 are best felt, right? So bum dum bum bum bum. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. So if you're learning 7, you can count it 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. Or 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2. So that's how I was taught to count odd meters, and it's really helped me because you also discover how you can rearrange groupings within an odd meter by virtue of that exercise. So this is an F minor going to an F sharp major 7 with a sharp 11. Now here's the difference between the major 7. We could have done it like that. But it wouldn't have had the same melancholy charm as this. Now we've got something called contrary moche, which is where an interior voice and a bass note, in this case, move in the opposite direction. So I'm abbreviating my words, and I should stop. So that's a lot hipper than just that, because just keeping those two notes on top, there isn't as much motion. You want your chords to kind of move in mysterious ways within themselves, right? If you're into that, like, you can also just say that's not what this is and do whatever you want. So how am I attacking this chord? This is another major 7 sharp 11. So this is a major 7 chord for those of you who are advanced. For the advancing guitarists. If you see an advancing guitarist, make yourself appear large. Make loud noises. Do not run. But this is a major 7. If you put an F on your B major 7, you get this nice dark note, right? So it's that on top of B. For anyone at home following along, you can play this, which is essentially a B flat sus4 triad. B flat, E flat, and F on top of B. That's your major 7 sharp 11 voicing, drop 2 for the advancing guitarist. Oops. I'm thinking about it as a series of single notes, not as a block. I'm thinking da, ba, do, wa, da. So I'm playing down the chord. I'm going E flat, B flat, B, F, E flat, B flat, F. So bum, ba, do, wa, do. So a lot of guitarists get into the habit of playing chords as blocks, right? Just like. Which is sick, but if you want to break it up, you can find melodies within your chords. That's just, I'm not moving my fingers at all. That's in the chord. Right? Then I'm playing, what am I playing? An F sharp, sus4 add 3. It's got the major third and the 4. So you get this close rub within your chord. And then I'm going to a B over E. B over E. It's a nice way of playing a major 9 chord. So you're probably like, what's B over E? What do you mean? Well, here's A. Everyone knows A. A is our friend. If you slide that up 2 frets, A sharp B, you get a B triad in second inversion, and you can put it over E. That sounds like bowling alley music to me. Oh yeah, we're in the 80s. But that's my favorite sound there, right? It's playing a big B major power chord over E. It's powerful, right? So if you want to feel empowered, give that chord a try. But I was working it in as like the landing. So da 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 ba ba da 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 da. See, that's where this is really challenging me. And there. So this is something I'm working on. So yes, I'll let you know when that's finished. I think this is going to be a new section. Nope, not that. Get to 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 get to. So, yeah, I don't know. That's something I'm working on, and that's how I'm thinking about it. Melody within the chord. So if you're writing for solo guitar, you're learning solo guitar pieces, try looking for the melody within the chord. Looking for the melody within the chord. Yeah, I don't know. Does Does anyone have any questions? Who's still with me? Who's still with me? Drop in the chat. Yeah, so I'm just playing a little bit of Yo Sandman, what's up? Who knows? Thanks everyone for tuning in. I think we're gonna call it there. That was Villalobos. That was Villalobos' first guitar etude, which is a good one. Okay, bye everyone. We got you, Sean. Lindsay, thanks for tuning in. Say good job to Finn for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good.
Dave.
Thank you, Sean. That was a beautiful masterclass, and really nice to see you here mentoring your student and sharing that experience with everybody. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it. It was lovely to hear that evolve and just very real happening. That's what I like about these live streams, is they're really real. So Sean, I'll have to chat with you soon. Okay, we'll wrap it up at a later date. I'm gonna put on some music for everybody, and I'm just going to settle in. I see that Erica has shown up, which I'm really pleased about. So that's great. So let me grab some tunage here. I'm going to put some of her music on. We've got a great master class. Well, it's not really a master class, but it is a great hangout session with Erica Weary, one of my personal favorites here. She's coming in to chill out with all of us and just talk about her process of making music, and I think she'll probably play a couple of songs. Oh, I'm going to put on Damage Done. It's such a nice tune.
option. I complain about you. Call your phone. I'm in too deep. Hold me under dial tone. I talk too much. I move too slow. You give me looks. Let me know I'm wrong. Come the night, I'm in too deep. Damage done. It seems to me we spoke too soon. With a fine-tooth comb, we look for love. We meet for lunch. We have some fun. Damage done. One, two, three. I'm walking on shells, cut up my feet. I'm walking on thin ice, trying to keep you for me. You're walking on sunshine, shooting the breeze, aiming arrow at my heart. I got my head in the trees, dreaming you for me. Can't you see it's true? The sky is blue, me right here for you. Yeah, yeah. I'm waiting on hooks at the edge of my chair. Too many I tried and fails. Wind in my hair, knots in my sails, cure from the prayer. Can't you see it's true? The sky is blue, me right here for you. You're walking on sunshine, shooting the breeze, aiming arrow at my heart. I got my head in the trees, dreaming you for me. Can't you see it's true? The sky is blue, me right here for you. it all. Come on, the moon is high. Come on, come on. The girls outside, you shine so bright. Shake it up like one of those snowballs. Liquid and confetti light. For love, you'll spill it all. Nothing compares, nothing compares here. Shake it up like one of those snowballs. Liquid and confetti light. For love, you'll spill it all. Ooh. Please come home. Where I lay my coat. Where I lay my coat.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm gonna just be too late, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna shut this down.
I wonder if I should have like a stands for when I'm like this. Oh, I like that song.
Oh, we should have let it go, but felt like it was. I
leave
can
that.
give you a stand.
I'm gonna leave that there. Perfect.
All
I
right.
didn't get a capo or a pick, so I'm
It's
probably
okay.
not
I've
gonna
got
do
stuff
it.
here, Erica. It's a studio. I'm gonna get another camera angle here. I think I'm gonna put like more of me.
Are they hearing us right now?
Yeah,
Is this
they're hearing us. I don't know if they're hearing you. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I think they can hear you. Go ahead, Erica. Say something.
Okay. Hi everybody.
Oh yeah, you gotta get closer to that.
Okay. I can still reach the guitar. Here I am back in my old hood.
Yeah, back in the beaches.
I noticed the signs on my way down that people call it. I mean, I've known this before, but like signs, consensus seems to be it's the beach now.
There's no consensus. I will say that.
I
And
don't-
We,
I
we
automatically-
probably we should avoid this topic because.
Well, I instinctively always would say beaches because I did grow up here. I've been here like for
and-
years.
and
but
honest,
I don't know what you
in
think.
all honesty,
Yeah.
I still feel that it's the beaches.
Yeah, well, you grew up here
but
too.
I'm gonna be in trouble now having said that, right? Because people take this argument very seriously.
Why?
I don't
There's a
know.
lot
They
more
people care about
pertinent
that.
things. I don't take it that seriously, but I just call it the beaches because I'm from here. So I think I'm probably one of the authorities on the question.
Well, we are. I'm vintage beacher too. I'll have you know. Okay, I'll have everybody know that I went to Courcelette Public School.
Right. Okay. So you
And-
know, and I know, and so whatever. Just trips off the tip of our tongue is going to be the right answer.
And in all fairness, there's several beaches. It isn't just. There we go. Now
I see
there's a
what you-
beautiful specimen of a person. Look at this.
Hey,
I don't know if
I'm cut out, Dave.
I know. Well, I wanted to make sure. I wanted to increase viewership by putting the beautiful man here on.
Wait a second. Have both of us in one shot. No possible?
I'm gonna have. Well, I could do it. I could split the screen. What I want to do is sort of like.
I
so
see.
so Erica, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stare at the camera so that
Yeah.
like so that I'm being social with our viewers, but.
And where do I look?
Well, you can look wherever. Like your camera's here.
Normally I will just
I
be
don't.
looking
I don't
at
know how to
myself.
do this. I've never had like a proper interview.
I thought you
here.
have.
No. Well, I mean, I've
I
had
didn't
people
see,
on.
I watched I really was, I'll tell you honestly, I was really impressed with the intro. Like, I was like, wow, and I played it for Mike, like the intro to the whole thing, which you sent me, right? Like the jingle. Did you write that and play all that?
Which jingle?
I guess it
I don't
was
even know what
like
you're talking
Beyond
about.
the Beat, Friday, might have been last Friday. But you'd probably use the same
Oh,
one
maybe
every
it was just
Friday.
like some music or something
Yeah, it
that
was
I.
the intro music.
Oh, yeah, I probably wrote that.
Yeah, it's amazing. I knew
Maybe
you'd
I
written
did.
it,
I don't
but
know.
It's really cool. It's what I mean.
Anyways.
You need something like that.
I'm
And so I
having
was
fun with
impressed.
this stuff,
I was
right?
impressed.
And I care about it, and I'm happy to have you here.
Okay, well, I'm happy to be here. I am. I've had a good day.
I
was
think you should
working.
move closer to your. I'm worried that like people can't hear you.
Oh,
enough. I
okay.
don't- I
Can
feel
you
like
ask people? Is anyone tuning
Yeah.
in yet?
Oh, you know what I've got to do? That's a really good point. I'm going to put the chat up on our screen here. I
I'm
wonder
not
if.
sure, like hat or no hat. I wanted to wear the.
Well, we can ask our viewership here.
Well, yeah, I guess so. I have to make a decision. Some decisions need to be made.
Oh yeah, right. It's choppy.
What's
Some of-
choppy?
My the actual video, because I don't know what it is.
Did someone say that, or do
no?
you know?
Well, someone said that, and I've seen it. And
Who
it's-
said it? Do we know
I don't,
who?
well, I just know that it is choppy.
I love this. I'm new to this, obviously, and even newer
Well,
than
I'm pretty
you.
new too, right? Like I'm very new.
The idea of this interaction with people, and even though you're so far apart. And by the way, you and I are keeping our distance, just in case people are raising eyebrows.
Yeah, we're definitely.
We're like, hey, Dave, how's it going
I'm
over
way
there?
over here. Way over here. So I need to get the chat. How do I get it? I forget how to.
entertain myself. Right. Okay. The chat. Well, it'll probably just. I would think it might pop up. I won't.
Here, that's not
venture
it.
My opinions.
I'll cancel that. Maybe this. Restore chat. That's probably a good call.
Ah.
And then what I want to do is grab this. And I'm going to copy the chat. Guys, sorry about the technical glitch here. I'm just getting set up in OBS. And I want to make sure that we can talk with you as you weigh in on whatever you feel like.
How many people are tuned in right now? Is it possible to see?
We will see in a second here.
I mean, it isn't. I mean, we need a bit of warm up time anyway. So.
You know, sometimes there's people and sometimes there isn't, but people will always tune in after too. So it's
Right,
always
in and
important to
out, right.
remember. Like, and they may just watch it at another point too, right? We don't know
Oh, that's right.
how it's going to work. So,
I will say I didn't. Now that I saw the poster on the wall, I understand more clearly how the guitar giveaway is going to work.
Yeah.
So now that I understand that, I think awesome reason to be telling people to tune into this thing, you know?
well, it's cool to win a guitar.
Yes.
Like, it's
well,
fun.
yeah, and it's a beautiful guitar. But I didn't understand that, so I did not tell anyone that. Like, that would have been a guarantee. At least 5 people probably.
Well,
like,
it's
I want
not
a
just
chance.
it's not just this chat.
You
okay?
have to-
So
okay.
It's so the
It's the class, right?
well, the guitar will be an option for 12, including this one. So for the next 12 streams.
Right.
So on
and I
February
understood that.
on
I
February
understood
the
that.
12th,
Yeah.
we will be giving away the guitar.
Yeah, I did understand that. So you want to tune in, and it's also during the class, which precedes this, isn't it? Or is it during the chat?
Yeah, it's just the whole stream.
Okay.
You know, the whole Friday night stream here at Beyond the Beat. All right. So I
When
think.
I get my guitar, like, does this need to come a little bit more forward, maybe?
Well, not really.
Okay,
But you'll have
perfect.
to just
Yeah,
sort of
this is a
scooch
huge mic,
forward.
right? Okay.
Yeah. So and,
All right.
and it'll pick you up, and we've got
Okay.
that other mic. So I wanted to just welcome everybody. We've got 6 people tuned in. Hello, everybody. And this
exciting.
is Erica Weary. So she, as I've been talking about this all night, but now she's here. So Erica and I go way back. We met in Toronto playing open mics, and just sort of being musicians in the city, and we've stayed friends ever since. I had the pleasure of recording her. I guess that was your second album.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many albums have you done
that's,
now?
That's my favorite, one of my favorites. I think both of the first one and the second one are my two favorites. And then I think that the next one, which I'm doing with you, is going to be my third favorite. You know what I mean? That's how I feel.
Well,
and
we
then
have to finish that.
There are
we don't
moments
know.
on all that I like a lot. Yeah.
I know.
No, put it more precisely. There are moments on all, even the first and second one, that I don't like.
Yeah.
You know, like just small moments though. Like, so you know.
But that's important. Like, I mean, like, it isn't a perfect art form, music, and it's important to allow yourself to make a lot of albums.
Yeah, most people don't even put out full albums anymore, just a single. You only really need a couple singles.
I know.
Like, I was listening to Dolly Parton sing the other day, and a lot of her songs are kind of long. You know, she's an amazing songwriter, but the hits, and she does have lots of hits too. I don't know if she wrote all of her hits. She's an amazing singer. I've been listening to her voice, and it's like so fluttery and airy.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Favorite Dolly Parton song, what is it?
I don't know her songs all that well. Like, I don't know them that well. That's what I mean.
Darlene or
No, it's not Darlene. It's Jolene.
Darlene.
But
Jolene. It's similar.
That's a good song.
Similar kind of hillbilly vibes. No, it is a great song.
You know what song she wrote? I Will Always Love You. That's a great song. That's one of my favorites.
The Willie Nelson song? Or
Always Love
the Willie
You.
Nelson song? No, that's always on my mind.
No, Whitney Houston. Made
Whitney
it famous,
Houston,
but
Willie
that's
Nelson.
Dolly Parton wrote it.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's a great song.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You learn something new every Friday night stream here at Beyond the Beat, everybody.
Yeah.
So how many albums have you put out to date?
I guess there's Nothing Clearer Comes with Ryan Fairhead. You met Ryan.
Of course, yeah.
I know. He is the mastermind behind that one. And then you're the mastermind behind Time on Our Hands.
I don't know about that. I tried to wrangle her to get her to play with a metronome. I was a master wrangler. Here, why don't you move closer? I'm noticing that I'm much louder. I know that.
Okay,
I
so
don't
closer to the
Well,
mic.
just move your chair one inch.
Well, I was saving room for the guitar for when I
Don't
get
worry,
it.
we'll get that set up after.
Oh, okay.
That'll be a different thing.
Okay, so there, I'm closer to the mic.
There, perfect.
Okay, and I can almost hear myself, so I have to be really close.
You don't have to be that close.
Okay.
You can sort of see as long as it's going into the yellow here. I think we're good. It's hard
Okay.
for me to tell because it's just us. It's not. I'm the technical director, the producer, the interviewer, and the landlord.
Okay, so we might get some feedback, but no. Okay, there was Nothing Clearer Comes, then Time on Our Hands, and then I'm trying to remember. There was one just called Erica Wary, like self-titled, but it had the photo has a parking, like a red neon light, sort of. That was a photo, and that's the cover. So some people call it parking. I even call it parking, but that wasn't the official title. I think it was just self-titled Erica Wary, even though that was the third one. And then there's one called Avowal. Oh, okay.
Is that
I'm
an
trying to
album?
remember the order
That's
of
a song.
them.
I know that's a song, and I like
Yeah,
that. Is that an
Avowal
album too?
is the
It's
title
track?
of the yeah.
Very cool.
That's a title track, and
Yeah.
there's also Think You're So Smart, which is a great one. I like that album. I think that's all of them. I actually one of my favorite little things that I ever did, I've lost because it was a 4-track. Like I played all the instruments, and it was a little tape cassette thing.
Yeah.
And like Sam Grosso used to drive around the market blasting that out of his Corvette, like his, he had a topless car, and he would drive around the market with that. And so I asked him one time, not too long ago, like before he closed down the Cadillac Lounge, whether he still had a copy of it. Like this would have been 20 years ago or something. He just
Wow.
laughed at me. He's like, Erica, I'll take a look, but
Yeah.
I would have liked if he'd had a. He's the only one I know for sure that had a copy
had
because
it.
he listened to it.
Oh my God.
But he did sound pretty cool. Like it was.
That's a loss,
It had
eh?
magic moments. I'd love to hear it, but I think it's gone. I have a case to one of them. Like I did them all individually. Like made the copies myself.
Wow.
And I think it was called Short Songs, and I
Yeah.
do continue to write short songs.
You do. I
the
can
most part.
attest to that. I like that. I think
Yeah,
it's nice
I
to
have
write
one
short.
short one. I'm not sure how it's going to go today, but I have 2 new songs that I haven't really played. One I did play once. I played a show last week at the new Silver Dollar, which was a lot of fun. But
Yeah.
there's
it should be called the toonie or something, or like the $5
yeah,
coin.
yeah. I mean, they have the original sort of backdrop thing that goes behind the drum. I mean, it looked really cool. I was far exceeded expectations in terms of like how well the show was.
I
Like,
miss
you could do it
Bluegrass
here.
Wednesdays. I miss Bluegrass
I know,
Wednesdays.
Crazy Strings.
Yeah.
We talked about that. Yeah.
For any of you that don't know what Crazy Strings was, you missed out on a great Toronto
I know.
happening.
I know. I went almost every Wednesday.
Justin
for a while.
Rutledge turned me on to Crazy Strings.
Oh yeah, I remember Justin. He's great.
Yeah, he is. So I have to ask you a few questions. So, you know, how did you, I mean, some of these questions are going to be like, oh my God, are you really going to ask that, Dave? Like,
Well,
come on.
hopefully I can answer.
Well, you know, you should be able to answer it. But what got you into, like, how did you come by songwriting? How did you get into it?
Songwriting? Okay, that I can answer that question. That's not too hard, I don't think. I always loved music. I was always a fan all throughout high school. I played trumpet for a little bit, but then I had
At Malvern? Were you at Malvern? Yeah.
But then I got braces and I gave up the trumpet because it was too painful, right?
Yeah.
So that was the only music I'd ever really done. But I was it never really crossed my mind to learn guitar or piano or something to be in a band. But I loved live bands. Like I was just a total, like I'd go hear, like I remember a band at Malvern, Dizzy Spell. I don't know if you knew those guys, but they would play around Monarch Park, and I'd go hear their band a lot. Any band. We'd go to Grossman's on Sundays.
Yeah.
You know, we were underage, but that was one place we could go. I just loved, even my mom always said when I was a kid, I loved live music. And I did a lot of dance. But I did classical dance, jazz, you know, tap. I did all that. Like I went through the dance world kind of thing. Yeah. But then when I went to Ottawa U to start studying English lit, and French, actually. That's why I went to Ottawa, for French. I met Mike Hopkins, who I played with just the other day. He's in my band now.
Wow.
And he and I became like really close, and he was hosting an open stage every Monday night. Wow. And one of the reasons
Where was
I was
it? Where in
attracted
Ottawa?
to him
Like,
was
I'm in
the
Ottawa.
live music thing.
Yeah.
Right? It was at the Whipping Post, which is right on Rideau Street. Yeah, you're from Ottawa too.
Yeah, I'm in Ottawa, like a
So every
native.
Monday, probably 5 or 6 weeks in, like every Monday, I was there for the whole night, start to end, right? And I saw how it worked. I'd never even been to an open mic before, so I saw these various people up. Some were great, some weren't so great, and I thought, why don't I participate? Like I'm sitting here, and I just did it out of almost like I might as well. You know, because I'm sitting here all night. So I got a guitar, I tried to write a song, and then people were like, hey, that was great, and all this, and I was encouraged. I was like, really? And that's actually truly how I even kept pursuing my music, is like, because Ryan was another person later who really encouraged me, you know.
Nice.
To keep going with it and stuff. But
is that why you kept going?
Keep writing.
Or was it like the
Even
encouragement, or was it
say,
something that was it coming from you, or was it coming from outside? Like what?
Well, that sounds like it was from outside, and I guess, you know, in some ways it was sort of from outside. I took a couple bass lessons. I remember I bought a bass, and I joined a band called Puddle in Ottawa, and I was playing bass. Yeah. And it was just a lot of fun. So I mean, that was merely like for the fun of it. But still, even just the other day, someone said, "Oh, I heard you. You know, that you should keep writing." Like it is encouraging. It's also indicating that they feel you can be a bit better than you are, or something. Like they hear a potential. So I've had a lot of feedback like that always. But so even if it was from outside initially, the impulse, I still sometimes with certain songs, like you can feel, like sometimes when you first write them, you can't even sing them because it's too sad or something. So I can't even sing them. Yeah. Although I had that happen with the Tom Waits tune, A House Where Nobody Lives. Yeah. And eventually you play it, you learn it, then you can perform it and sing it, you know. But when you're just learning it or something, it's like it's too hard to sing through it. So I'm just saying that means it's pretty real, I think. And
well, I think it's real. I mean, I personally am a fan. I mean, I know I've always been encouraging, and I mean, my songs, I hope I have. I hope
my
I've been
songs are always like
breakup
sort of relationship songs, though.
Yeah,
that is my expertise.
I think you're naturally a songwriter. I think that some people, you know, sometimes want to be songwriters, and some people work at it, and some people are naturally songwriters. I think you're a natural.
Yeah, maybe.
And I think you work at it too. But I think you're a natural.
The dream of writing a song to express a certain idea, and then the idea of having that be the way you express the idea, say to a person, like your relationship, your other, whatever, has never really worked out for me. I'm like, didn't you hear my song? Didn't you hear the part where, you know? So yeah, no one ever listens as closely as you think they will, you know. Or as you do.
Well, you never know.
You never know. You never know. And I certainly did. Like
we might know you better than you know yourself.
Okay, there's truth. You're right. But the person who you're so angry at, you know, of course they didn't listen. That's why you're angry.
Yeah, I know. Well, you've already had the falling
true.
out, and
It's
now
funny.
you get to get the last word in and on a big stage.
It's funny. I mean, there's different songs, but
So what is it about songs? You know, like why songs? Why not paintings or, you know, like sketches?
Well, I can tell
or-
you why songs and not dancing, because that's what I sort of gave up. I went to, after Ottawa U, I went to Montreal, UCAM in Montreal, and I did the dance program there. And I was in a production that we rehearsed for all year, and then there was this big show in the spring, and it was, 7 nights at the Tangente, the theater Tangente, like the sort of like, it's a nice theater in Montreal, you know. I feel sorry for those places now. They all got
Oh
shut
my
down,
God.
right? But,
Well, some of them have pandemic insurance.
oh, yeah.
Can you believe that? Like Erica,
Lucky.
Erica Beston, she's a great violin player. She works at the Shaw Festival. She's like a professional, and she said they have pandemic insurance
I read that somewhere.
Go figure.
That they were lucky.
That's great.
Yeah, they were smart.
because Trump wasn't in charge. And he
Well, they
didn't-
had it before.
He didn't get rid of the
That's
pandemic.
something you wouldn't have been able to buy
There was
after
a team
the
of
fact.
pandemic people, right? Oh my God.
Yeah,
what
they
happened?
bought the pandemic insurance. I read somewhere, and I think it was Shaw. And so some of the theaters would, and some of them don't, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It was a lot of work, like a lot of physical work. In Montreal, I was still had the guitar. Like I had brought my guitar, and I had written some songs. So I went to a lot of open mics. There was this big open mic in Montreal, Yop, I think.
Oh.
Does that ring any bells?
Sounds like a yogurt drink that I used to
I
like.
know. I don't know if it was if I'm
I don't know
thinking
why
of that.
I like that. I shouldn't have said that probably. Yop.
Why?
Well, yop. There's just this
Oh,
bit
you
of
mean-
I just once you've had
It's
a
like
warm yop, you'll never go
advertising.
back. Well, the yop it doesn't.
I like those kind of things. I love yogurt drinks and all that stuff. But yeah, they have to be
It was
cold.
the first smoothie. I guess.
I agree, they have to
they've
be
got to
cold.
be cold. Yeah, you don't want to warn you. I'll warn you off of a warm yop.
But
Yeah.
one thing, my mom, I would never want to eat her yogurt. She would make yogurt by putting it. When I saw and observed and learned how yogurt was made, I wasn't turned off of it because I love it so much. But I won't eat hers. Like
Why?
Because you grow it. Like she would buy one small yogurt, and then the way you make it, she puts
Culture,
it on the rad
Oh God.
overnight, and it would like multiply.
Yeah.
You know, my nephew loves that yogurt, but I'm like, no, I don't know. I'm just squeamish.
Well, yeah.
It's probably I shouldn't be.
Well,
I-
how
I'll-
else? I
I'll
think
eat
I
it.
think all yogurt's probably grown the same way.
Yeah, it is. It tastes pretty good.
Maybe
I've had
not
it.
on
I
a
know I've had
radiator.
it. I've
Maybe
had
in a
it.
controlled,
Well,
environment.
it was maybe that's what it was, But it was on the rad that and I don't know if she probably still makes it. She makes some really good food. Like, don't get me wrong,
bet.
she's a good cook.
Yeah.
But the yogurt, she knows. Like, she doesn't try to give me her yogurt. 'Cause she knows I won't eat it. Like, it's just a psychological thing, I'll buy yogurt, like any kind.
Yeah.
And I like it, yeah. But I don't know how we got onto that topic.
I don't know, but no.
I've always thought I was lucky because I prefer that even to ice cream. Like ice cream's a bit too rich. I love ice cream, but I
Yeah.
can't eat it very often. It
Like,
just
ice
makes
cream
me
is
feel
great, but
crap.
there's fresh homemade granola, maybe not homemade yogurt, and some fresh berries. That's pretty good for breakfast, I would say.
With the yogurt, yeah, granola. I would add a bit of milk on top.
A little bit.
Or even water. It just needs a bit of liquid. Yeah, that would water would do it for me. I've done that in hard times. I've definitely stretched the milk with water.
Yeah. So how do
Or
you?
lazy
so I've
times.
got to ask you. So how do you write your songs?
Oh, it just went dark.
I know.
Is that the timer?
I don't know what it is. I think my monitor might be having a hard time.
How do I write my songs?
Yeah.
Usually I'm like, oh, Erica, you have to write a song now. It's time. You haven't written one for a while. This again sounds like it's external inspiration. But usually I'll have a message. I'll have something I want to say, And that's usually how it is. And then I'll come up with a little riff or some kind of musical thing that I like. And then I'll just work out the lyrics to it. I don't know. I don't write that many songs. I made myself write one during the pandemic because I thought I should, I thought I can't just go this 2 months. Like, everyone was experiencing that sort of guilt of feeling they should be more productive because they have all this time. Mm-hmm. And then maybe not living up to it. So I, after I'd written 2 songs, I was like, okay, I can relax now, And I had a really easygoing the whole lockdown.
So
like
it's
the
not.
first
So it's not
lockdown.
doesn't just come to you. You have to work at it, and it's something that you're like, okay, you got psyched
Well,
up
one of
and
my
do it.
favorite songs of mine, which I might play, is Matchless, which you probably know. It's very simple, came very, very, very easily, and it's just one little thought. But it's just a great little, very easy to write, that one. And often when they are easy to write like that, they come so quickly, I think. I mean, that's a really short tune, too. It could have been worked on in maybe doubled in length or something, but it is a one that people like. It's catchy, it sounds good, you know.
Yeah.
And it has a great message, and
Cool.
the ones that I've worked and reworked, and like I was gonna play Damage Done, like I heard it playing earlier, and I think I will because it has transformed like into 5 or 8 different versions. And Mike and I were laughing about it like the last time, and I don't know, Kate was getting a little bit irritated by how I kept changing
Kate's
the feel
Erica's
of it.
drummer, or
Yeah.
like, one of the musicians. in
But
her
the
band.
last time I played last week was with Mike, and we played this thing at from the Silver Dollar, which was a lot of fun. And if Kate had been there with us, which I would have loved, I probably wouldn't have done. I think I've reached my limit on this tune, changing it. But I really like the version that we played, and I listened back to the show, so I heard it. And I was like, yeah, okay, this is it. And Mike still won't give me that like agreement, you know.
He's stingy with that. He's not.
He likes
He's
the
not
original
letting you
one,
off the hook.
the one you played, and I think it's because it's done. You know, there's something to be said for that.
Well, I need to hear it. Why don't you play it for us?
I will. Do you want me to start with that
Why
song?
don't you do it? Why don't you play
Okay.
a song?
And I'm into playing. I'm totally into playing songs for you guys. Do we have to do anything with the mic? Do you
Well,
wanna see
what
how it
I'll do is I'm
sounds?
going to monitor from the other room.
Okay.
You can tune if you want, or you can just not, you know. And so I want to make sure that the levels are right. So I'm going to have a little. So I'll leave you to it.
Sounds
You can
good. I think
introduce
it's
it.
in
And
tune.
it sounds really nice.
Okay, so it's a song that has been recorded. For the rest of the evening, I'm probably going to play some of these new ones I was talking about, I think. Why not? To all 6 of you out there. But anyway, so here's a bit of a country song, I guess. Sorry. Rethink things over. I try to sleep. Dreams don't come. I'm in too deep. Drag me under. Damage done. I go to school. I see my friends. I tell them things, and the light of the sun come the night I'm in too deep. Damage done. It seems to me we spoke too soon. My choice of words defies description. I complain about you. Call your phone. I'm in too deep. Drag me under. Dial tone. I talk too much. I move too slow. You give me looks. You let me know I'm wrong. Come the night I'm in too deep. Damage done. It seems to me we spoke too soon. With a fine-tooth comb, we look for love. We meet for lunch. Have some fun.
You want to play another, or do you want to?
Could you hear me? Sure. I mean, why don't I play the one I was talking about, the sort of, the one that came to me really easily, quickly. It's called Matchless.
Yeah, I was going to say play that.
Before I do any new ones, because I've got one brand new one, which I chickened out on playing at the Silver Dollar show. Or I didn't bother getting Mike to learn it, you know what I mean? But it's also kind of, I like it and I want to freaking play it, you know? But it's like I have to force myself to do it. But let me do this one for you, and then we can talk a bit more.
Yeah, play Matchless. I want to hear it.
I think you're going to recognize Matchless. And is it sounding okay?
Sounds beautiful. Yeah, I had one of the mics off for half of your song,
The
with the
guitar-
exception
the
of the guitar
guitar?
mic being shut off. It
Okay,
sounded
no
great.
problem.
Sorry about that.
mutual. I was sinking myself and you needed no schooling and fortune. You helped yourself find that through mine beat yours flat, moving a few shy breaths, a few breaths shy. Tell me why I still feel my heart shrinking when I think how I kept kicking my own shoe. I miss you. I don't miss you too.
Beautiful. Sorry, my phone
you
goes
can
off
see-
right in the middle of it.
Oh, that's okay. I turned my phone off like a good interviewee.
I know. I
That's
just
all
left
right.
it on. I
didn't
don't get
sound
enough
too out
phone
of
calls to
tune.
like know to turn it off. But you know,
So you can see that song was just really simple
it's beautiful.
and
What's
it's
it
a
about?
love song. It's a love
It's a lo-
song. In
matchless.
the end, it was mutual. You know, that's like it was not the right fit. And I miss you, and I don't miss you too. That's the last line.
That's a great line.
Yeah, and then everything in between is just sort of explaining why.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But do
That's
you
a-
want? Do
that's-
like, I have a lot of short little songs like that. Like
Do you want to play another one? I mean,
short
I
songs.
feel like we could sort of let you
Yeah.
go a little bit here.
I
and
don't
you could
mind.
play a couple of songs.
I had thought that I wouldn't play that many, but I'm happy. Okay,
Does
that
it feel?
one.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
It sounds like you're getting into it. So
Okay.
I kind of want to let you go.
You
Like,
know, like I usually am in the studio just playing. Let's try it again. Let's try it. Okay, we do a lot of playing
Yeah,
in this room, right?
we do,
Together.
we
So,
do,
and
we
this is
do.
the room that we're going to record the record in, finish recording. There is one that I may have played for you one time. And so, speaking of short songs, this is another. Actually, you know what? I don't think I should play this one yet because it's so close in feel to the one I just did. Not that it matters. Why don't I just do it? We've
Whatever
talked
you want
enough.
to do. You should do
Well,
it.
I mean, it just goes to show I don't have a totally strict set list written. But okay, here is a new song. It's called COVID-19 Blues. I'll just play it.
Yeah.
And I'll let you in on a secret. I actually wrote the song before the pandemic struck. So this is how it's almost laughably, like it's almost humorous how low the person singing is in this song, like how sad it is, you know? It obviously made me feel way better to write it. And that's what I was saying earlier about the
But
therapy.
you wrote it before the COVID.
So
hit.
yeah, so between you and me, this is, although I'm going to put it out as COVID-19 Blues and let everyone think what they want from that title, it makes more sense to think I wrote it after the lockdown, but this is how I was before the lockdown. So for me, it was like, okay, you can't go nowhere than up in some ways, right? And I made the most of it, and the whole reset thing and all that kind of worked for me,
Yeah.
right? You know, I know a lot of people suffered, but I'll play this song, and it's really easy to, as long as I pronounce everything, you'll see what I mean. Okay?
can't wait, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
That's great.
I've played this one with Mike a couple times. He's got a really beautiful sort of counterpart that he plays on the nylon strings.
Nice.
Yeah. You're
to pretend we're a 10 out of 10 and full of abandon. Shock waves, nerve ends tend to dissatisfaction inherited when we were born. Movement well worn, no break in the mold. Story well told. And though you'd love to be torn, and you want to feel pain, you're in the doldrums again.
That's amazing. Wow, that's so cool.
You know, like, so
That is amazing.
just feeling so unmotivated. It's pretty
Yeah.
clear, right? Like, those lyrics are clear.
That is a beautiful song, though. That is just hanging on that note. I love it. How the
You know
chords
what? I'm
move
still,
through it.
I'm
It's very
still
interesting to
a
hear
little
that.
bit playing around, like, you know me.
Yeah.
I'm often still playing around.
You're a tinkerer.
with the
Not a
melody.
tinker, but you're a tinkerer.
But I think it's almost there. And the problem with playing around with the melody is I sometimes literally am just about to sing the note and like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go on this one low or high. Or do you know Courtney Wing?
No.
Courtney Wing is a songwriter who I actually was lucky enough to
Toronto
go.
songwriter?
He actually is from Vancouver. He was based in Montreal.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to get to go on a tour, a really cool like cross country drive with him from Regina west to Vancouver, and it was Bob Wiseman had booked this tour, and it was him headlining and Courtney opening,
Oh my
and
God.
Bob decided to say there was a shitty tour, right? Like it was bad pay. I don't know what it was. Like he didn't want to do it, or actually
man.
his mom might have been sick too. Like might have been a bit of both. Like I don't think it was a great. Like to me, it was amazing. So he actually was kind enough to call me. He knew I had like I was probably able to fly out, say, to do this thing rather last minute, and
Yeah.
I opened for Courtney Wing. And so people that we showed up, they wanted Bob Wiseman. We're like, sorry, we're here though, and we had an amazing time. So the two of us in his old '60s, like it was like those V-Dub vans.
Yeah.
One of those old vans. At the time, it was very old, and we'd pull into like say a McDonald's drive-through, and like it was so they'd be like, wow, like leaning out the window, like exclaiming about the van, you know.
Yeah, amazed that it's still going.
Yeah, and we went miles and miles. And anyway, I think I brought him up because he sent me a message recently and said, "Hey, Erica, remember that road? Like remember the road that we went on, and we weren't sure if we were going to make it across. Like we took a very hairy route as well. Like it was
Mountain
it was
sort of
fun.
like,
And then
you know,
we finally
looking
went
over
through
the
the
cliffs
mountains.
as you drive around the corner. Kind
This
of
was more
rocky
like we
mountains
got
and-
off the main highway,
Yeah.
around that place where the jumping off point, like Smashed in Buffalo Head. We went and saw that.
Mm-hmm.
It was a place like a native sort of landmark. But I forget why I thought about Courtney Wing. He did send me a message recently and reminded me about that trip. But
Yeah.
do you remember what your question was to me? Like why?
What question? Sorry.
Like what question am I answering right now?
I don't know. I'm just listening to the story because it's a good story.
Uh-oh, I
was
might
just
have gotten
thinking.
off on a tangent.
Yeah, that happens. No, I mean, I have all kinds of questions for you about your music, and I mean, I just basically what I want to do is just hear you talk about it a little bit and talk about your process and how you write and why you
Okay,
write and
that one came out
and
the-
what do you think is good? Like, what's one of your favorite songs? Like, if you were to pick a song that's been written by
by
could be
someone else.
by someone that's famous, maybe like what's a great song?
That's a good question. I know what songs I like. I just like to listen to them. I like a lot of Neil Young songs, but Hello Cowgirl in Sand or Harvest. Those are some great songs. Bob Dylan, some of his later songs. Like, I don't love the breakup, the songs about the girl so much, you know?
Yeah.
So he, like Hurricane Carter is probably one of the best songs ever. And that's because of the story and also because of the music. You wouldn't have one with, like, it would, if it only had one of those aspects, it wouldn't be one of the greatest songs ever, really.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know what else. I mean, I'm sure there are, but that's a great song. I love it. I could listen. But that's like even the recording of it, that violin.
Yeah.
That particular. I listened to, they played for some reason, I think it may have been Jimi Hendrix's like birthday today or something, because on the radio they were playing a bit of him, and I hadn't heard him for a while. But Axis Bold as Love,
Oh yeah.
like that's a really dreamy kind of album, and that song, I think that's the one they played. I think that's
Great
the title
album.
track, yeah.
So good.
So, I mean, and there's a lot of profound lyrics even in that album too, like, sort of. I would say that if you listen closely, if you just look a little bit deeper into the lyrics, there might be something there. Like Joni Mitchell lyrics I love. They're always saying something. Like Bob Dylan sometimes are just for the sake of the sound, I think, some of them, especially like certain songs. They sound great.
Yeah.
But like she'll never have a word just thrown in without it tying back.
Everything's been thought out
like
and put
like
in there for a
literary,
reason.
you know, like it's a well-written sentence or something, you know,
Yeah,
like
she's
it's
one of the
amazing.
great writers. She's
She's
one of the
okay. So
great.
Coyote, that's one of my favorite songs, or
Yeah.
that's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
A lot of her songs.
Yeah, she's great.
I don't know. And then also some of my friends. We cover some of my friends' songs, you know, in the band. Like Steve Schiffman, he's a songwriter down, and he lives in New York City now, but he's from Toronto. We cover one of his songs.
Yeah.
We're a Mess. That's a good song.
Yeah, it's a good song. I know that one.
I know. Actually, I haven't told him. I did get a hold of him because we did play it last week at the Silver Dollar, and his band's played at the Silver Dollar before. So I told him about it. I don't know if he tuned in or not, but I said, we're going to be playing your song. That's the first time I've mentioned to him that I'm actually playing his song. So hopefully he won't mind that we put it on our album.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be flattered.
I don't
Why
think he'll
not?
mind,
Of
yeah.
course.
But I haven't actually told him yet. I figured what I would do is, if he really didn't want us to, he'd have an opportunity. I was just going to send him the finished track, you know, before I actually duplicate it or whatever. You know what I mean? And I think he'll be blown away.
Yeah. So it's a pretty cool, like, I really like your story as an artist. I really think it's cool. Like, you started playing guitar late. Like, you were at this open mic, and that's when you started
That's
playing
true.
guitar?
That's
like,
true.
you learned the guitar to get up? Like,
That's true, yeah,
Had
yeah.
you just sort of learned a couple of chords?
I
and
think
you're
the first song I might have learned, you know, was that, like, Cat Stevens or, like, Trouble. Isn't that fairly simple?
don't know.
Like, it was so simple. Or, you know, Harvest. Sorry, that one, Heart of Gold, I think.
Yeah.
Some of those simple songs that, I mean, they can be simple. The way Neil Young plays is not simple.
Yeah.
But I learned a couple songs like that, and then that was done with cover songs. Like, it was
Yeah.
too much work, you know? So I just wrote my own songs. I couldn't make them wrong, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then so
Instantly
I
you just
think
started
lately,
writing.
like this pandemic time, I've learned quite a few cover songs. Like, I've looked at many songs,
Wow.
learnt them, whether I've committed them to memory. Like, I committed a Nick Lowe tune to memory. So it's like my new cover, which I can play.
That's an amazing skill, by the way. That's a dying skill. Do you know that the younger generation, they're having a hard time memorizing lyrics? They can't do it.
Well, I mean, I love it. Like, I mean, I'm getting better at it. So I was going to say, I
Well, you
never
should
did
spread
cover
that well.
songs before.
Well, how do you do it? Because when I first started teaching, I would sort of be like, you have to memorize
You have
these
to
lyrics,
learn
and then they
some
would do it. They
songs.
would memorize
Yeah.
the lyrics, but
Okay.
now it never happens.
Well, what do they have to read it then?
They
or?
read it off their phones.
See, like, I'll get to that stage, and I got to that stage with
It
many.
sounds like I'm being negative about that because I am. Because I feel
No,
like you have to learn.
Well, you know, that was something that was in high school, not for me, but for, like, say, a slightly older generation even than me. They had to recite and learn to, by, like, you know, rote or whatever the word is, memorize Shakespeare monologue. We didn't have to do that, but I think that would be a good
I had
exercise.
to do that in drama class.
I don't think we had to.
I don't know that I could.
No,
finish
but
the
it's because it was
job.
so hard and people couldn't do it. Everyone was probably failing. People were too lazy, so they nixed it. Maybe that's why we don't do it now. But I do think that if you're going to learn a song
Well,
and
the
perform
problem-
it, you
we can-
can't read it.
Right now, we just, rather than remember, we just look at our phones, though.
Yeah, but
right?
how can you really, like? I learned a couple tunes, but the ones that I learned, I memorized them. I don't think if you're reading it, sure, you can sort of play the song and read it, but
It's
if-
hard to deliver the song, though.
It
That's
is,
the point.
it
Like, how
is.
do you really convincingly deliver the song if you're actually noticeably cheating?
You know,
difficult.
at one point I learned Danny Boy, and there were so many chord changes. Like I learned all the chords, and it was like so many changes that I never really did perform that song. I wanted to play it for my friend's dad, who was, you know, old, and he loved that song apparently. And I did play it for him. I knew the melody, like I knew the words, but I just was looking at the sheet, and I couldn't play it for you now. And if I don't know where that sheet is, I can't be bothered to write it all down again. But it's doable, but I need the chords written out, and that was okay. But it wasn't invested with the same emotion as if I had actually memorized all those changes.
Yeah.
But that was too much for me. I didn't want to.
Yeah.
Not for Danny Boy.
No.
See, that's what I mean. If I'm going to do the work
Do it for
and
Danny
commit
Boy.
it, do it for Danny Boy. No, like I'll do it for like Niccolo, this tune I learned. I could even play you that one if you want.
I'd love to hear another tune. Why don't I have another
Yeah,
song?
but this is a cover. Would you want a cover?
Sure.
I wasn't going to play any covers, but I don't mind. I need a capo.
I got a capo.
Okay.
Here's a clamp on.
I think this one, I was going to play all the songs that use a capo usually without a capo, but for this one, it's kind of a new cover. I might as well do it in the proper key.
You can do it wherever you want. That's another thing Erica does. She'll change the key. Right, maybe even like in the middle of a performance for the first time ever. We're doing
Yeah,
it
that
in
would be
this
called an error.
key. No, that would just be living in the moment to the fullest, maybe.
Okay, now let's see. This is fun because I'm sort of almost taking requests, and I'm going as we go. And one song I don't want to get too late that I don't have time to play the new one, my other new one. I'm determined to play it for you tonight, Dave.
Yes, I want to
Okay.
hear.
All
Yeah,
right.
we've got
This
time.
is a great song though. Ron Sexsmith has covered the song. I saw a video of him doing this on YouTube somewhere. It's a great song. It's a great pandemic song.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see why. And Sean Conway, I know, always does this song. Our politician friend in Peterborough. Okay, I shall concentrate on the lyrics. I could even play it through for you. You should be performing some of these with me.
Just listening.
Everyone out there knows that you're an amazing accompanist, right?
Not everyone.
Well,
I don't even know that
you
I know.
are. You are. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play this song. I wouldn't ask you to jump in on this one because it is really weirdly tricky.
Yeah. it's sort of-
Mike was like, okay, again, because he learned it for our show, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No. There's.
But
there's
damage
nuances.
done. If I'd thought, you
Well,
should
you
have
know.
played along. Okay, next time.
I wouldn't have discovered the mic was off if I had been playing.
That's true. You're wearing many hats, like you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm wearing my Pittsburgh hat because Pennsylvania did the right thing, right?
That's right. That's
Okay.
a good point.
Thank you. Where's the beautiful family home I was promised on the news at 10? Like my personal place in the sun, it never happened along. And as for the greatest love of all, that's been sworn in a billion lines and is mine by birthright. Of it I see none. Tell me where's my everything? Where's my everything? And where are the children? 2.3 that were meant to be sent to me, the patter of whose tiny feet would make my life so sweet. They've been filed along with the pot of gold that was meant to cement my nest and help to keep out the cold while keeping in the rest. Tell me where's my everything? Where's my everything? And where is the monument I'll leave to a grateful nation whose citizens will bend the knee each time my tale is told? Tell me where's my everything? Pot of gold that was meant to cement my nest and help to keep out the cold while keeping in the rest. Tell me where's my everything? Where's my everything? Tell me where it's a great song.
Yeah.
And he's, you know, Nick Lowe was in Elvis Costello's band.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he wrote
Cool.
"Cruel to Be Kind."
Oh, really?
Yeah, he wrote. That's one of his bigger songs, I guess.
Yeah.
He wrote a couple hit, like
That's
really.
a nice tune.
Yeah.
You did it well. It's nice. I wish you guys could just be in this room. I hope it sounds good out there, but it's beautiful. It sounds so nice.
Well, they have this capo one. I mean, I could play another one. I don't mind. Oh, I should play this one because this is one I recorded with you.
Do it.
The one from my grandmother, Marguerite.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind playing it. I'm really enjoying this, just sort of whatever's coming to me.
Yeah, do it.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
The only thing with this is sometimes I forget.
I like this song a lot. This is a beautiful song. This is one of Erica's originals.
Yeah, when I was at Ottawa U, I stayed with my grandmother, and I was so like superstitious about handing in my English essays. I wouldn't hand one in unless because she used to teach English, like high school English, and unless she'd read it, I wouldn't hand it in. So she'd stay up until like 2 in the morning. I'm like, come on, Granny, you gotta finish it. I just finished it, you know, and she would just read it through, no problem. After her long day in the back, her garden in the backyard was massive.
Wow.
It was huge. It was 2 like blocks, like 2 lots.
Well, 2 city blocks, I was going to say.
It was
That's
2
that's
lots.
inhumane.
Like, it was
You can't make
really-
someone read your essay after.
And we'd sit out there and play and have tea, you know, drink tea. Here, and I'll tell you what we do. Sleepless nights dreaming, hanging out washing, standing around and talking Walden Pond. Yeah, rubber boots and big farmer's cap on. Stay in the back until the sun's all gone. Read by the light, windows open. Listen at night to the garden. 25th of December, laughter up to the rafters. Who do you love better, me or my brother? And I would ask her that question over and over. She would always reply, I love you both the same, dear. And obviously it was fishing for a different answer. But anyway. Flowers, lily of the valley, Marguerite, daisy. Marguerite, that was her name.
Beautiful.
I miss her. Actually, one thing I was, thinking, what am I going to say at the interview? I've had really weird dreams lately that involve her.
Mm-hmm.
She's a person who, I guess I still miss so much. And I'll wake up convinced and she's been alive this whole time. She's just doing her thing in Ottawa. She's not waiting for me, but it's so painful to think I haven't even been to see her.
Mm-hmm.
And I wake up with that type of feeling, and I'll just burst into tears. It's really sad. I wish I could see her.
I know.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
Yeah,
It's
it
so
is.
hard.
It is.
That's
So that's the one from Marguerite.
yeah. I know that feeling all too well, and it's hard after a dream, right? But it's also I wouldn't trade the dream for anything, because it's so nice when you get an extra little bit of time together in the dream. I find
Yeah.
when my
And
lost
having written that song right
people.
after she passed away, and so I've played it so many times since then. We recorded it in 2006, but even then it had been written a while, I think.
Yeah.
In a certain mood, in a frame of mind, I'll play that particular song, and if I'm really thinking about her, you know, I can't get through it. I'll cry, you know, because there's certain lines like, you know, the Walden Pond thing, which is
Yeah.
a Henry David Thoreau. Like, you know, we did talk about that.
Yeah.
You know, I've edited it.
Just
When
the
I
image
first
of
wrote it,
her
there were
with
way
with
more.
the hat and the boots. Is that her? That
Yeah,
I'm seeing?
yeah.
That's what she was wearing.
She'd be
right?
like, she's so skinny, and she'd have this like, you know, long sleeve shirt in the garden and a hat like this, you
Yeah,
know, and her
yeah.
rubber boots, and she'd just be out there for hours, all day,
Beautiful.
weeding, or you know, she had a nice garden. And my grandfather was also big on the, like, he had grow lights in the bottom, and he'd be splicing, like he made his own melons, and he invented different. He was a big gardener too.
Incredible.
Yeah,
Very cool.
they did it together.
Well, thank you for sharing that beautiful song.
Okay, well, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're a songstress, and you do it, and that's really why I wanted to have you in here, is I wanted to share that with, I guess, you know, our community and the musicians in the school that are upcoming. I think it's really cool.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
you
it's
do
a,
it.
it's
I think it's
a-
amazing, and you haven't like you keep doing it. Like some people do it, and it's like a phase, and then they stop. But you've kept doing it, and why
Well,
do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, I wrote that last song. Every time I write a song that I like, I feel like I've gotten out whatever I needed to get out right then.
Yeah.
And I might never write another song. Like, I never think for sure I will. But then it comes upon me like the desire, although ironically, the last song I wrote, which I played for you, whether it was that one or the one I'm still going to play, it expresses a total lack of anything left to say, right? Like, that is the message of that last song, the COVID-19 Blues. Like, I don't feel anything. Like, I've got nothing to say. So that could be the last song. Like, you know what I mean? Like, where do you go? Although I think I'll change and I'll have all of the same types of feelings in a different situation and probably write those songs.
Yeah.
You know, or maybe I won't. Like, I also feel I have these songs that I've written, so many that I never know which ones to play at a show. I can never play them all. So I am happy with the amount of songs I have.
You've written a lot of songs.
I
You've been
could
very
keep
prolific.
playing those. I could keep playing those, and then if I did, you know, feel like, you know, okay, a lot of people have enjoyed these and it's time for more, then I'll write more. I don't know.
You know, the world is a funny thing, musically. You know, there's a lot of songs out there that are famous now that I hear, and I think that's not that great a song. And there's a lot of songs that you've written that aren't famous that I think are timeless, beautiful songs. And there is no rhyme or reason to it. It just is.
I don't know what makes a really good song. I think they say, you know, having some rhyme, having chorus, having verse, chorus, having a bridge, like those, following that formula can work.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? I think just being a songwriter and just continuing to do it, it's great. They're like little paintings, and they're just amazing.
I've got my
have you ever
favorite
thought of
songs.
writing anything else? Would you ever write a novel? Is that something
I've
that
thought
you would
about
do?
it, and I've tried.
Have you?
Novel is like, I've tried and absolutely failed. Like, I've been really, I just sit there and I was like, how could I possibly? And someone who reads like a ton of novels,
You're an avid reader.
I don't feel that I can, I've tried to write short stories, and even at the same time, I really appreciate a good short story. I just don't know where to start to write it. Again, I think you need to know where you're going to end, right? So you have to have a message,
Maybe
which
you
I can
don't.
do with a song. I feel like all my songs contain one message, and they're fairly clear. And usually it's
Wow.
like, I miss you, I'm sorry, or whatever.
It's
or
a
don't break
simple
my
sort
heart.
of human sentiment.
It's usually like a breakup type sentiment, I guess, you know, failed relationship, but not always, not always. But I do, at the very least, I say, what am I going to say in this song? 3 or 4 ways of saying it, or illustrating the point. I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty
What's
sure
the
that's
what's
what
the
I do.
deepest song that you've ever written then? Like what is one of the deeper topics, or just if it is boiled down to one thing, what is one of the deeper?
Sometimes
things?
I just write about, I'll just have, someone said to me, Ron Lee once said to me, I admire the way you write a song just about sort of just nature. So that's not a deeper topic, but I will just write a meandering, on the path, although that's a Jimmy Dowling song. But she may have been thinking about that song when she said this to me. That's why I'm saying that. But, after the session, I have that song that we've been, that's just sort of ho-hum, walking home.
I
and-
love After the Session.
You like that
I
song?
love that so much.
Do you want me to play it?
Please do.
Okay, I'm going to play it.
This is such a great song. It's going to be on the new album.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Let me play it for you then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind playing when you said what's my favorite song. I like my song called Wavelength, or Songwriter Lament, and you know that one. So I wouldn't mind playing that one after. But
Yeah.
let me play this one for you.
toasting, saluting a song, one last one for the long walk home through the fields, over the stone wall, past the headland around, where the clumsy Frisians fall, waves on the water, sand on the bones, salt in your nose. Come and go across that old wooden bridge, right to the edge, see your face in the moon. Picture break with a stone thrown on a wish when you're gone, and that ripple effect on me. Giant cypress to block the wind, lights on the porch again. Mind your feet in the rabbit holes, bees and box thorns, briars in that roll, barbed wire by the gate. When we get near the house.
That's great.
See, that's a song
That's,
about
that's,
nothing.
That's a short story.
I was just
Right?
That's a song about nothing. Well, you're true.
Is
Like,
it?
I mean,
What
no,
is
that's...
it? What is the song? I thought you said every song has something in
Well,
it. There's a message.
Okay,
What's the message in that song?
one is less, I guess, less so. Like that one is just, here we go, like walking around. I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
See, I feel
It's
like
the passage of time, right? This
Yeah.
the sand on the bones. Everything comes and goes.
Mm.
You know, you put me on the spot because I haven't really thought about that one
I
necessarily.
love that one. I was sort of curious because it's just such a. I mean, like you sort of live it.
That
right?
one
And
came
you-
out. That was written in Australia. I lived in Australia for a bit, and so the whole like walking by the cliffs and all that stuff. Like even the word briar, you know, briars and barbed wire, and like you know, I don't know.
I sort of pictured like Nova Scotia more than.
Yeah, well, it's similar, like by the sea, right?
Yeah.
Can I play one more?
Eric?
I don't know if I should just keep playing. I mean, I don't have. It's probably more interesting to hear me play the song though.
Well, it's nice. I'm sure everyone's enjoying hearing the songs. People were commenting, and because I've got the chat window so small, I wasn't answering, which is silly. But anyways, apparently the audio is fine. The video's choppy. I'm sorry everybody for the choppy video. I upped everything. I hardwired the computer, but I think it's probably some of the settings in OBS, and it's just going to take us time to get great at streaming. But the I don't know.
Well, why don't we do? I wanted to play this song. I want to play a new one, and we'll talk a bit more. But we don't have to go on too long, right?
No, well, I mean, let's take it. Like I'm happy to go on because I like this, but it's 9/11. You know, we'll go on for a bit. Play another song, and then maybe
Okay.
we'll chat for a bit.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna have like the grand finale can be the brand new. This is the debut of the song I'm gonna play.
Okay. Right. This one.
No,
This one.
this one is one
after.
like it came to me when you said like, "What's your favorite song?" I think this is one of my favorite songs.
Ever written?
Yeah.
Of yours?
Of mine.
Of yours. Okay, good. This is great. Because I
You
wasn't
read-
asking you about your songs. I was asking you about.
Oh.
mine. But the only reason I didn't ask you what your favorite song of yours was, is I felt like maybe it was
It's hard
too
to
soon.
answer.
Well, it was too soon in the conversation, to ask that question. You know,
This
like
is
I
one
felt
of
like-
them. I mean, I can't. There's another one that I love called Steady that was on the very first record,
Mm-hmm.
and I never play it ever because it's so slow. Like if I were to play it, I would play it at least double time. Like if I play it for you tonight, if we do that one and we throw that one in and then call it, I would be into playing it. I love it, but it's not like a crowd pleaser. You know,
Yeah.
and it's this one's slow, but at least this one
I'm
has
intrigued.
this one has a good groove. Okay, well I'm gonna play this one for you, which you know, because this is on the record we did.
Yeah.
And then I'll play Steady, which is the one I was just talking about, and then I'm gonna play a brand new song.
Beautiful.
But we'll talk a bit. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh, this is a treat.
It's really great to be back. Like, I have to say, we've taken a long break. We were working on my record before the pandemic hit.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to come back and make it awesome.
I'm ready to work on this album. I don't want to like build it up too much in my own mind, but I really
that would be a mistake, probably. Like.
Well, no, it isn't. It's just I don't want to put pressure on the album because I want it to happen naturally and beautifully because I really care about your music.
Well, we can take our time. I don't think it has to take too much time, though. Like, that's a tricky thing, time.
Yeah. No, I think we should kind of attack it.
You want it to have a bit of spontaneity. Like, you can't be too worked over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've made a lot of albums, so you know.
I
now.
know.
You know what you're doing.
Well, I do love the one that we did together, and we just kept it very simple, didn't we?
Well, it was pretty simple. Play to the click, sing and tune. That's all I was saying.
Right. You have to sing in tune.
You got to sing in tune. You got to play to the click, or the other musicians are floundering. So, probably the biggest problems on that album are me when I was listening back to it because it was like I didn't have the right equipment, but it was good.
No, it was great. It was great. Okay, so this song's on that.
Yeah.
I like it out on your wavelengths, like the sense basking in the present tense, whistling low. It's the heat of the city. Things get finished. There is no hurry. But in this contest, are you expected to write the best song that lasts and get it down? Keep in tune, don't turn it around. Even from the stage where you can only hear the drum. When after that you can find the right sound. By the band's rounds at the bar, watch the door, and you can pass the jug once more. I like it out on your wavelengths, like the sound, grass pushing through the ground, floating slow. It's the heat of the city. Big things get finished. There is no worry. But in this contest, are you expected to write the best song that lasts? And don't forget, book a show, you're not done yet. Pick up the phone and personally call to let everybody know. And after that, you can find the right sound. By the band's rounds at the bar, watch the door. Get paid in beer, drink till you can't no more. Or you can charge $1 more. Outro's a bit longer when I have Mike, or the band.
Yeah, I'm so happy right now because
it's a funny song, right?
Well, that's my favorite song of yours. That's the one I love the most because I just find it to be so great on so many levels, and you captured it.
It's jokey.
And I have proof because I played it earlier and I talked about it. I love that song so much because you captured what it is to be an artist and playing in the city, I think it's very incredible because you're talking about like the economics of being a songwriter. You're talking about the struggle of putting the music out there and all of the things that one has to do to get it done. It's incredible.
You know, when I sang that line just there about you can charge $1 or $4, I was like, that's not accurate. But it is accurate. On the East Coast, where we did a long tour, 18 shows, that's what the cover was. I was like, what? Like, because we came from Toronto, and at least here the cover is at $5 minimum. Over in Fredericton, the guy's like, you can charge $3. I couldn't believe it. I was like, really? But we actually made money at all the shows there because people just don't, like, no matter who's playing, they're going out. They love live music on the East Coast. They support it. So they'll pay $3. So 3 multiplied by a lot.
By 100.
Works,
a lot. Yeah.
You know, and I think they gave it often.
Not that much,
they would give the artists all the money.
Yeah.
But it was literally like $3 to cover.
Yeah. Well, that's the deal. The artist gets the door,
and it's like a token. It's like almost like a donation, but they make sure everyone gives it, and it was fun.
Yeah, and then the establishment should give you some food and some drink.
Yeah, I mean, why
That's
not?
that's
That costs
the
them
classic.
nothing.
Well, it's something, but it's the classic.
They really should give you a meal because it really is not too hard for them financially to
I
do
know.
that.
It's not that bad, isn't it?
Could it's $12.
Pretty stingy to not do that.
If it's $12 on the menu or even $20, it's only 4 or 5 out of their pocket.
I know, but for a whole band, it starts to turn into something.
That's true.
Because they're paying for the person. It is. It's just to open up.
Well, you know what? For restaurant owners out there, I will say half-price food at least, because then it's more or less at cost.
We are in no position during COVID to give any advice to poor restaurant owners.
Yeah, I know. But it's always hard, right?
It's so hard.
I remember one of my memories of the first time. I think Mike and I went on tour a couple times. We did go on tour a couple times, but the first time out, Fredericton, I think, was the first gig. It was, in any event, the first one where we had a time change, right? And and I remember the bartender's name was Duke. That was his name. And I was super nervous. It was my first gig ever on a tour.
Wow.
For some reason, it was all the way to Fredericton before we actually had a gig.
Wow.
So I forgot that it was an hour later, I guess. So we were sitting there. I remember I was drinking gin and tonics for whatever reason, and the guy was like very generous. Duke was super cool. He was so cool, in fact, that it was like 11 p.m. before he's like, guys, you can start anytime. Like, we still hadn't started. We were still on Toronto time, I think. And I stopped that gig. I knew we were done when I really couldn't even pronounce my words. I was singing like the last song, and I was like, my tongue was slurring.
Yeah.
It must have sounded terrible.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think I can sing anymore, Mike.
Poor Duke.
Too many gin and tonics.
You duped Duke.
But that was, despite the fact that I was too drunk, by the end, and I quickly learned you can't do that. Like this, I learned everything going out. I was so hungover the next day and all that. And then after that, the rest of the tour, I had 1 or 2 drinks. Like I did not do that again.
You're one of the few that can
I did not do that
stop
again.
after 1 or 2 because myself included, I don't drink anymore now. But like when I did, I would not stop after 1 or 2. And I think you may be the only musician that can.
Well, I was going to say, even though that show, I don't know how good it sounded by the end. By the end of that tour, Mike and I sounded amazing. But we sold a lot of stuff. Like the people bought we were equipped with T-shirts and all this stuff, and they bought CDs and T-shirts, and so it was good. They were just so supportive,
Yeah. Well,
I loved the audiences out there, and you know what? They're not doing it right now. They must really be missing it.
Oh man.
On the East Coast, unless they're not as shut down as we are.
Yeah, musicians have been hit. Maybe if anyone was hit even harder than the restaurant owners, I think it's musicians. Because there's just such a sacrifice to do it in the first place, to commit to that life, right, of being a musician.
Yeah.
And it's not you're not making, unless you're one of the
Yeah, you're right. I feel sorry for people that had tours booked, ready to go.
It's
like
just what
the
they do.
tours
Like
of their,
they chose to do what they loved, and they weren't making millions doing it, but they were doing what they loved, and that got taken from them. But I was having a chat with a friend, and I said, it is maybe an opportunity to record, and to hunker down and to work on your music.
I think that a lot of people are releasing albums right now.
I think we're going to have a lot of really good music come out of this.
I've seen a lot of
I'm so inspired. I
albums.
go through stages of feeling so sad that I don't feel like doing anything, and then but I am
saw
really
that post.
inspired.
I sort of laughed, sorry, but I could relate. That's why I was like, I just got you 100% when you were just trying to summon up the energy to like change this something about a curtain, and you had this picture of like there was some problem.
Oh yeah, no, it's still there. So for anyone that saw that Facebook post, because a lot of people weighed in on it, we haven't changed the curtain, and it's hanging on. A lot of people predicted like 32 seconds, like no one knew. So it's still hanging on. It's the curtain, I will say, is almost it's sort of a symbolic, pandemic world, right? So I feel like when the curtain rod collapses, life as we know it, and it'll be full out Armageddon.
It's a timing.
Yeah.
I think we're going in the right direction. Like things are getting better rather than worse right now as far as the virus and all that stuff goes. I think.
Hope so.
I think so. I do.
Yeah.
And also with the vaccine maybe coming, hopefully.
Yeah, as long as everyone uses the vaccine.
I know people are talking a lot about that. It's a big thing in the conversation, which
some people don't want to have the vaccine because they don't want to get sick from that.
Yeah, I know. I would get it, I think.
Yeah, I think I would get it too.
I would get it.
But I don't love, I'd rather not, but I would get it.
It's like an inoculation, isn't it?
It's a responsible thing to do, but I think on some level it can't.
Like if you get the thing, it's like you don't have to get it every year like the flu shot, or maybe you do. The vaccine, probably you do. If it's a one-time thing, I'll definitely get it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like the typhus. When you're born, you get the shot.
Yeah, and then
I'll take if it's like that. Like keep me from COVID
like
forever.
that, yeah.
I never want to get COVID.
Yeah, of course.
COVID.
If I were to get it, I'd hope it would just be I felt tired for 2 days COVID, but that's like.
I mean, I'm not joking about it. I really don't want to get it because, there's all that rumor going around. Like, say, for instance, the chicken pox is a virus that lingers in your body. So you're not necessarily stronger if you get COVID and survive. It could come back to haunt you.
We don't want to get it.
You don't want to get it,
exactly. No one wants to get COVID. And everyone's got an opinion, but it's such a hard, like the whole, I didn't want to talk about COVID, but it's like how can you not? Like if we're having a real conversation, because it's such a big part of what we're going through. And I mean, my good friend Derek Smith, he's so cool. I love Derek, and he's quiet, but he's so smart. And I said, Derek, like what's going on, like with this thing? Because he's a neurologist, and I just said, am I a little wrong? Like, is it like overblown a bit? And he's like, a bit. And he said, look, it's pretty hard to get something like this right. Like if you're an authority, right? If you're an authority figure in a society and you're trying to do things right, like it's pretty hard to get it right exactly. And I think that
and erring
is
on the side of
probably a
caution.
really that's how we should be sort of looking at it and saying, okay, well, yeah, like maybe people didn't play it entirely perfectly. I mean, there's like massive mistakes going on too, right? Like big things where like,
the small businesses.
Walmart is like thriving, and the smaller businesses are getting wiped out. But
it's not
I think
good.
that there's a lot of support, and as long as our children don't have to pay forever and ever,
Right.
And
there is a lot of support from the government.
Yeah,
You're
there is a
right.
lot of support. So, anyways, I don't want to get political about it because we'll probably get attacked online. But yeah. Anyways, Erica, I just want to say from
attacked
the bottom,
online.
I want to say from the bottom of my heart that I love your music, and I feel so honored to have you come in to my school and my weird rock and roll shop here at the beach. I know, but I'm so happy. I'm so happy to have you here, and I just want to share you with the world because I think that you are like a hero of music, of song and lyric.
Well,
and
that's very kind of you.
And
to
I
say.
really,
I know that you're a
believe
supporter
in you.
of me.
I'm a big supporter of Erica Weary, and I'm a big fan. So I hope that you guys love her as much as I do, and buy her albums and stay tuned for this next album. I'm going to work so diligently on this album. I'm going to make it so good. I want it to be great. So, and I know she will. She always cares so much, and she wants to get it right. And we will.
Less is more.
Less is more all the time. I want to just,
Let me play, why don't I play the one, sort of the pandemic-y one, seeing as we touched on those topics? Because one thing I would add is the old folks' home. Like my friend had his dad in and out of a home.
Yeah.
And he had taken care of him by himself for a while, and then had to put him back in the home. Like just such a hard job, It's been heartbreaking. But so this is my brand new song. Let me play it.
Yeah, play it. I can't wait. This is it.
touches on that. But besides that, I guess it's kind of about the second chance that the pandemic lockdown kind of afforded, you know?
Yeah.
Sort of, you can reset, as you're saying.
Yeah.
Take me for a spin. You put it best when you win. And what you call it a name? Is it a game? Is it a game to you? Is it a game to me? You teach me to sing for nothing, Lady Macbeth, or your mom and your dad in the home, alone and sad. Words got stuck in my chest. It's an excuse, you know it. I'm gonna use. Maybe go to an improv class or two. Raise a glass to us all the same. I don't mean to be cute. Thank you for the pain. You teach me to sing for nothing, Lady Macbeth, your mom and your dad in the home, alone and sad. Words in my chest the whole time. With you, the whole damn time. With you, it was a wonderful time. We'll do it again. You teach me to sing. It's an excuse, you know it. We're gonna use. I don't mean to be cute. Thank you for the muse. You teach me to sing for nothing. Okay, something like that's the first
Beautiful.
time.
Wow. That's the first time you shared that song?
Yes, yes.
Incredible. Thank you for doing it.
And I might have
here.
screwed up the ending, but.
So what's that? What's the message behind that song? I guess that's you already talked about that.
Well, it was sort of as I was singing it too, I was like, oh, I forgot to mention the part of like, you know, using it as an excuse. And I say that twice in the song, but that's what I mean is you were able to play the card, the COVID card. That's how he got his dad out of the home. You know, it was a blessing for his dad because
Yeah.
otherwise he was stuck in this terrible place.
Yeah.
It was terrible even before there were no visitations in some ways, right?
Yeah.
So, but then once it was locked down and no visitors, you know, in and out, like that's terrible for old people. Of
Oh,
course,
it's
this
the
guy
worst.
doesn't have any clue about what's going on.
And
Luckily,
there's just
he's
so
a
much
happy
at
person.
stake. I mean, like you don't even have that much time left. Like you feel like, can you imagine? Like
Your last days there?
your last days, and it's like, well, so we're gonna wait this thing out, but what if we don't have the time to
Yeah, well,
wait this
a lot
thing
of them
out?
won't make it, right? So it's pretty
And
sad.
I
It's
think a
pretty
lot of
cruel
us
for them.
identify
A lot of
with-
them have
I mean,
died.
we flip. All of us though are think about gambling our lives to live a normal life. You know, at different times of
Yeah.
this virus.
Well, even like every time you give someone a hug now, is it worth the risk? You're risking. And I'll say, oh, for you, I'll hug. You know, or something like it means a lot.
I'll have all of you know I didn't get a hug when Eric.
Well, I mean, you don't really, also, you don't want to hug anyone. It's frowned upon.
Putting you on
But
the
there's a
spot.
little bit of that, right? You
No,
have to,
I know it's,
you have
it's
to be
awful.
careful.
I mean, you know what? It's really horrible on so many levels.
It is,
And then at the same time too, there's certain, it's also like, well, we just sort of stay at home and watch movies,
I mean, it was scary, and it should still be scary. If someone's coughing and hacking and I'm crossing the street.
Oh my God, yeah. If someone sneezes, I secretly hate,
I felt uncomfortable a couple times. Like I went by the Monarch patio a few times because like I want to support the Monarch. And like certain people that I know there, I even probably made other people uncomfortable because I kind of was a little chummy sometimes. You just were so happy to see people. And I'm the kind of person I'll touch someone's arm. Like I'm not kissing anyone, but sort of being touchy-feely. You're not supposed to do that.
No.
And I have a hard time not doing
That's
that.
hard.
But like I didn't appreciate a couple people that come right up and do this and give you the hug. Like you shouldn't do that,
No.
Like no.
No,
It's not cool.
Walking within 6 feet or so, it's like a pretty big thing, so.
I'm pretty happy with the songs. I got my
I
new
love
one
it,
out,
yeah.
so I mean we can do this again.
Well, I
another
would like to
Friday.
do this again.
Yeah,
I would
me
like
too.
to.
I love it.
I'd
I'd
like to
love
get to
to.
the bottom of this.
The choppy screen?
And continue to share your music with people. And I want to have you back a lot because I don't know. I just want to share the music. And
Although
I think
David,
there's a lot of.
I think now though, if I come, we should work on the record.
Yeah,
You know
I think
what
we should.
mean?
I think
Let's
we
do
should.
it, and then-
not stream to like all of the 6 wonderful people that are watching. Or
But
whatever,
I support this project, and I will do this again. But if I'm coming down here,
Yeah.
I mean, this is more fun. I mean, it's fun to work on the record.
Well, we
but
should
it
make
is
working
work.
on the record like this. Like, I know you put a lot of pressure on yourself, and you come in, and you're like, you're freaking
I
out.
stress it,
I
and I
wish you
don't even
wouldn't.
look forward to it. I know, it's key.
I don't think,
It's key.
I mean, sometimes, who knows, right? Like,
you're right.
there's no right or wrong when you're making an album. Like, how much fun was it for the Beatles to make Abbey Road? Arguably their best album. But they didn't like each other when they were making it. And they were going to call the album Everest. Did you guys know that? They're going to call it Everest. That was going to be the name. What a dumb name. But anyways, we're calling this Everest because it's so hard to climb this album. It's just so impossible. And they were going to fly to Nepal to take the bloody the picture.
They did go to Nepal, didn't
Well,
they?
they
were gonna
didn't.
call
No,
it that.
Ringo had a moment of clarity. He said, boys, why don't we just walk outside of the fucking studio and walk across the street and call it Abbey Road? And they're like, done.
Well,
And
that's
they
a
did
good
it.
idea.
Well, it was a really good idea, and it simplified it. But the point being, the album was very difficult for them to make. So,
Right.
and it was worth it. We're so happy they made it. Think about the song
Well, they
Something.
did a lot of invention too. Then
Well, it was the best. I mean, and they had a lot of experience making
those
albums.
are 4 very strong characters, man. Like that band. None of the solo projects were as good as the Beatles together. I don't think.
No.
It's arguably,
No,
I
you
guess.
can't be as good as the Beatles together because nothing is.
Like John Lennon had a lot of spark and everything. Like John
they
Lennon,
were
I've
all-
been reading his new book, or there's a book out. Sorry, his new book. There's a new book,
He came back from the.
yet another John Lennon book, but it's called the John Lennon Letters, I guess. So I've been looking through that at home. It's pretty funny. Like he's so funny. His letters are funny. Like he's very biting sometimes. They're all letters that he wrote.
Yeah.
Some of them to John and Linda. One of them was to John and Linda and
John who?
sorry, Paul and
Paul
Linda.
and Linda. That's what I was thinking you were meaning.
And it's just sort of an arguing type. You should know by now it's Yoko and me, because Paul, Yoko and me, all one line. You should know by now, Paul, it's Yoko and me. It will never be just me again, and all this. Like it's pretty, and that's not the funny line so much, but that is funny, right? But
Yeah, no, it's beautiful that he was so loyal to Yoko. That's great.
it is. It's a great love story.
Yeah, that's so sad. I feel so sad.
That he
when
got shot is terrible. I know. It is sad. There's a lot of sadness in the world.
Yeah, there's a
I
lot
write
of
sad
sadness.
songs. I
Yeah,
think
you
I
do
like
write sad songs.
happy songs. I do. I really appreciate more upbeat, kind of happier reggae type songs and stuff. I really do. But I don't write
That's
them.
not what you do.
No.
That's not your thing.
And I appreciate a really good sad song too. Like especially like someone plays it in a solo acoustic setting, or I really enjoy listening to that too.
Mm-hmm.
But generally speaking, I can really get like I would prefer probably to hear not something too suicidal, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I
no.
can't. It's too much.
Well, you don't want something that's hopeless.
No.
It's
And
okay,
even
it's
in
okay
those
to be
sad
sad, but you
songs,
don't. It
yeah.
shouldn't be hopeless.
No,
you
and
know? Like,
I think a purely hopeless song isn't going to be enjoyable. Like, you know,
Well,
there has to be
how,
a glimmer.
how much good is it going to do, right? Like you want a song to teach us or to do something, you know, to help.
Although
There's
you know
like-
what,
there's
I
to be a
wasn't
message.
gonna play the song at steady. I told you earlier I would, but maybe I will. To me, it's the problem with this song. The reason I don't play it when I said it wasn't
Is
a
it too
crowd
sad?
pleaser. It's too sad. It's got no hope.
It's hopeless.
Kind of.
We'll play your hopeless song
But
for us.
even
Why
the-
don't you
okay.
give it to us?
Would
Like I
you
think we
s-
can take it.
Yeah, I think
like-
the COVID Blues one is similarly sad, but it's almost funnier because I said it was almost funny. I don't know if it was. I played it too slowly. By the way,
I
I
didn't find it funny, but I found it really good. I really
Okay,
liked
I'm glad
the
you liked
COVID
it.
Blues.
I'm
yeah.
gonna play you this one because I don't think you know this song.
Play Steady.
It's a pretty cool tune. It's called Steady, and it is a sad one.
And we'll look at their chat while you play.
I hadn't planned to play this one, so I kind of have to go through it just to make sure I remember it. You think I'm so steady, everything's right, but stars they hang low at the edge of the night. I can't see you. In the way you beat out the tune, you wrote for a lady you knew. You think you're so heavy with your hardship and woe. I have my own. Don't worry, I know. We'll hang on our crosses as long as we carry the burden of love songs we've learned just to bear it. Now you say that you're ready to forget the past. I have my own doubt. I can't think this fast. Can't we continue? Love in this way, we cover each other from the sun and the wind and the rain. We'll hang on our crosses as long as we carry the burden of love songs we've learned just to bear it. Hang on our crosses as long as we carry the burden of old songs we've learned just to bear it.
That's amazing.
It's pretty sad, eh?
That's pretty sad, but it's beautiful though. It's a
I remember that one was listening to Jim Croce. I ain't gonna hang on no lover's cross for you. Lover's Cross, I think it's called. It's a great song.
yeah.
It's been a long time since I've heard it, but like that's where the crosses thing came from.
That's a beautiful melody, and just the way that it works with the chords.
Yeah, that's like a
like
simple-
it. And I like it for your voice, and just how it hits that low E chord, and it's nice.
Well, there is a free version out there online with Mark. It's very slow, slower than that. Like
Wow.
very slow. And Mark Rainey is singing on it. So there's this opera singer, like low voice in the background, and it's pretty cool. Yeah,
I'll
it's
check
a bit
it
too
out.
slow.
That happens.
Yeah.
And then it's hard to live with it when you realize, oh man, we started that song too slow. What are we gonna do? Wow.
Well, you know, there's Brian Cran plays trumpet on it. I mean, the recording works. And if you're going to listen to that song, maybe it should be slow, you know, like on a recording. And then it's got a bit of a bounce if I play it at that tempo with the band. I think I could pull that one out with the band, you know. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to choose the songs.
I'm
That's
enjoying
my
just
biggest
hearing you just play and sing. I think that's really fun.
Well, I'm almost done. Like, if you want to sort of like wrap her up and
Well,
we
I
do
think
another
that's
one.
good. I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to play another one, I'd love to hear another one.
I
if,
always would be into it. Let's think of one together. I'd love to do one more. Why don't we say I'll do one more?
do one
Should I
more.
do like the Billy Bragg tune that I do sometimes?
You can do any song.
Like
we
that's-
all want to just listen to you play. It's beautiful.
Let me try this one. Thanks for having me, Dave.
Oh,
At Beyond the Beat.
my pleasure.
Don't forget
My
to
genuine pleasure.
chat or weigh in, because then you have the possibility of winning the guitar, right?
Winning that beautiful airline. Yeah.
Okay, I'll sing. You don't need my Christmas card, you already have my heart. This has been a holiday romance right from the very start. We know how to spend the time, who cares about the weather? We'll dance in the town until the sun goes down and push our beds together. From the land of the midnight sunglasses to the mountains of the moon, you could never stay away too long and never come back too soon. We know how to spend the time, who cares about the weather? We'll dance in the town until the sun goes down and push our beds together. And you know what a fool I am with my short attention span, flying in the rainy season too. Nothing can keep me away from you. Ooh.
That's great. So that's not yours?
No. And I did it in a different key. That's the only song I think tonight that I actually just said, okay, I'm not going to, I usually play with the capo way up here.
Sounded good.
So it was a lot lower. I like it. I like
yeah.
it too. I like when I play it solo, I figure just play it without the capo, and then it's in the key of G. I think that's the song or the key he plays it in.
It's a beautiful lyric, and we'll push our beds together.
Yeah, I know.
I love that.
I
It's
know.
so
I love
nice.
Billy Bragg,
Oh,
but I
that's
mean,
so good.
his version of that is quite different, actually.
Yeah, I
but,
can imagine.
But I almost forget how he does it. But yeah, I think we could end on a classic cover song
Billy
like that,
Bragg
I
too.
guess.
Well, thank you so much for coming, Erica, and we'll have you again. And everybody out there, stay tuned for this magnificent album. We're going to make a great one for you. It's going to be a cooking bunch of tunes. They already are. We just need to sort of
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
clean them up a little bit.
I think it's going to sound good. And we can add maybe, well, we'll do the ones we have.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
Cool. Okay.
All right.
See you
Tea
later,
time.
everybody. Tea time. It's time for